AWB, I'm back at it. Go ahead and finish out this lawsuit with Long Island Audit. So I think this is day 4.
Well, this is Patrick.
There we go.
All right. First act of session. Afternoon, Your Honor.
Afternoon. Please be seated, everyone. So I had one straggling from this morning's housing docket. So we finished this docket, but we had one straggling from the housing docket. So I'm a little tired coming out, but we're clear of any other matters for the remainder of the afternoon. This is a continuation of Day versus Reyes. All parties are present. The 2 state's attorneys, counsel for Mr. Reyes and Mr. Reyes himself. Attorney Zentner, we're continuing with the state's case in chief.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state would like to call its next witness, Ms. Janice Gigler, please, to the witness stand.
Good afternoon, ma'am. If you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear solemnly sincerely affirm as the case may be that the information you provide today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. If you could just state your name and business title for the record.
Janice Gigler, Town Clerk.
And if you could spell your last name for the record.
Giegler.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
May I have a seat, Your Honor?
You may.
Hi. Good afternoon, Ms. Gigler. Who do you work for?
City of Danbury,
How long have you worked for the city of Danbury?
7 years.
And what are your duties in that capacity?
I'm the town clerk, so we oversee all the records, births, vitals, JPs, liquor licenses. It's very multi.
And what are your working hours there generally during the week?
Monday through Thursday, we're 7:30 to 6, and then Thursdays we're 3 to 6:30, close on Friday.
I would like to now direct your attention to the date of July 15th, 2021. Are you working that day? And did anything come to your attention regarding an individual who wanted to videotape street areas within City Hall?
Yes,
And did you meet with this person at some point?
yes.
Where did you meet him specifically within City Hall?
15th, I believe, was in my office.
And which is where specifically?
Second floor of City Hall.
Of the what?
No.
Second floor?
Second floor of City Hall, yes.
And do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Would you kindly point him out and describe what he's wearing?
So we stipulate to Mr. Reyes.
This week's got on a black suit.
So the council's going to stipulate that he is present in court. And you have begun to identify him as the individual who
Correct.
is the defendant in this case. So the record can reflect that. Continue.
Thank you. Do you know a person by the name of Phil Janus?
I do.
And how do you know him?
He was the security guard.
At that time on July 15, 2021?
Mhm.
And do you know how long, roughly, if you could, to the best of your memory, he may have been working there when he was first hired by the City Hall?
I do not know when we first hired. I just know that they hired Allied Services to oversee.
So Allied Services then provides a security guard for City Hall, or she contract with Allied Services?
Mhm.
And that's what happened presumably with Mr. Janus?
Yes.
This time around, I'd like to show one of the files. I think this was shown yesterday, but not with this witness present for the testimony. It's the afternoon, for the record, would be the afternoon of July 15th.
The judge, just for the record.
Are you, well,
Just for the record, and this is part of the full exhibit that would be subject to any motions and it's already been played.
Or the motion's has already been granted. So
Yes.
any further motions as to whether or not there's any hearsay sessions or anything. Right, so, are you gonna go right to this period where she appears? Or are you gonna play the longer portion of it before she?
Probably more because presumably she may have been in the hearing trial of some of the things before she appears.
So you're definitely trying to take some, precautions to avoid redundancy.
Yes, and yes.
Okay,
In some ways, to the extent I'm able to, while still keeping in proper context.
understood.
Guys, so we just left the Danbury Police Department. We're here at Danbury City Hall again to accomplish our original mission, was to peacefully exercise our First Amendment right here. So we're back here. Looks like the security guard that assaulted me is here, chumming it up with the sergeant here. So must be a friend. Hopefully that doesn't prevent the Danbury PD from doing their job. But let's go in, see what he's got to, if he got anything to say about his actions, because the warrant's been submitted to the state's attorney's office here, so.
May I first witness, I'm sorry, may I first take please, Your Honor?
Of course. Judge, just as a matter, just for my purposes of the record, if the tape is stopped, would there be any objection to just providing the time that the state is?
No, I haven't. That was an oversight on my part. This is I just stopped at the 49-second mark.
Thank you.
It's also on the screen here to the extent counsel can read it.
All I wish.
As do I. Part of age. Thank you, Senator Moulton. Clerk. May I approach the witness, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gates, I'm showing you for the record what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 3. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes,
And that is what?
you're referring to the signage?
Yes.
Yes, it's the welcome to Danbury.
No, I'm sorry, this one here.
Oh. This,
Yes.
all visitors must sign in?
Yes, were you aware that that was on the door that day?
Yes,
And that's just on the video that we just saw.
yes.
I don't need any help, sir. How you doing? So this is our first time they're allowing us to come upstairs and walk around in City Hall, which I should have been allowed to do from the get-go. But, you know, everybody learns eventually. This is the gentleman that's going to be arrested and hopefully fired for his egregious actions here today. Security guard, Phil.
I have just stopped for a moment. For the record, this is the 219 mark. Do you recognize that area that's on the footage, on the video?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's the tax collector's office. It's the one prior to ours.
What we just saw at the 226 mark, let's say, what was panned? What was the assessor's office as well?
Not quite yet.
No, let me just back it up for one second. If I just back it up for a few moments. Right there. This is for the record. I stopped at the 223 mark. What is that?
Tax collector,
Tax collector?
tax collector.
Okay, if I can just. I don't have a pointer, I'm just gonna walk up to the video.
Sure.
Yeah. My co-counsel does have a pointer. Did not know that.
It may not work on the screen anymore now.
Excellent.
This part here, where it says no cell phone zone, what is that about?
Some of the offices have that, but they don't want cell phones at the counter when people are doing business. Well, that's the marriage.
Okay, what is this depict here? This is for the record, the 250 mark on the tape. What is that office there?
That's the entrance into the town clerk's office.
And that's the office that you work in?
Correct.
And who is, for the record, the person in the left side of that, top of that frame, who's that?
Well, there's a security guard, Phil.
Okay, that's your Phil Janusa.
Yes.
How did that last relationship end?
You can't film in here. You're not allowed to film over the counter. We
Yeah,
told you that before.
I can film in here. I can.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Why? What is so hard? But what is so hard for you guys to understand that I'm allowed to film in public?
You're not allowed to.
I don't
film on the
understand.
counter.
I'm not here
You were
being
told that.
unreasonable.
You are.
I can film people and customers. You might want to get the attorney back down here.
All right, you do that. Then you're.
No, you can do that. I don't need to. I know what I'm doing is right. I wouldn't get any more trouble than you're already in.
Buddy, you're really forcing the envelope.
No,
You know
I
what?
wouldn't
You
get
were
any more
told
trouble.
You can film the walls. You can film the
I can
hallways.
film anywhere
No,
in
you're not.
public.
You cannot come in a department, disrupt it, and film
I'm
over
not
the
disrupting
counter.
anything.
You're filming over the counter. You're not allowed to do that.
I'm allowed to film
you're
anywhere
not.
I can
No,
see
you're
from
not.
public. Yes,
You're
I
not
can.
allowed to come in a department and film over the counter.
Phil, listen.
Sean,
You don't want to get
don't
involved.
give me that.
You don't want to get
Yeah,
involved
I
in
don't
things
care
that
what you're
you're
into.
already
You know what? I don't care. You're not going to do it
You're
on my
already-
watch. That's fine. You're not gonna
on
do it
your
my
watch. You're not going to be
I
working
don't
here
care.
very
That's
long.
fine. That's fine. I'm not going to. I don't
Got
care.
a couple more days
That's
at
fine.
most.
Who cares? I don't care.
The
You're not
warrant.
gonna
The warrant's been sent.
You're good.
The
You're
warrant's
not
been
going to
sent.
film. You're not going to film.
You're
in
going to
here.
want to surrender
You're
yourself
not going to
soon.
film in here.
Okay.
You're not allowed to. We were told by the officers. You're not allowed to come into
No, I
department.
was
and film.
not.
You're not allowed to film over the counter.
I can film wherever
No,
I'd
you're
like
not.
in
Well, you're not
public.
gonna. You're
Yes,
not
I
gonna.
am. I am right now.
Oh, you're not. I'm going to block you.
I mean, you can do that
That's
if you'd
fine.
like. You can do whatever you'd like. You could just keep getting in my way. Keep representing Allied
That's
Universal
fine.
in the
That's
city of
fine. That's
Danbury the
fine.
way you
That's
are.
fine. You were told you're not allowed to come into a department and film over the counter.
That's wrong information. Just because you got wrong information doesn't make it true, right? So that just because you're getting bad information, you're a security guard. You're supposed to observe and report.
All you do
You're not supposed to put your
all
hands
you
on
are
me.
is an instigator. You got in my face. All
I didn't
you
get
are
in
is
your
an
face.
instigator.
Lie.
All you are is an
Lie.
instigator and like to start
You're a
trouble.
liar.
You need to get a life and a
No,
job.
you need
That's fine.
you need
That's
to get
fine.
another job. That's
fine.
what you need.
That's fine.
You
That's
better
fine.
find another
That's fine.
job.
That's fine.
You better find another job. Don't touch me. And don't touch my
You're
camera.
not going to film in here.
Don't touch me.
You're
Don't
not
touch
allowed
my
to film
camera.
over
You are not allowed to film people.
So what? So why don't you call Danbury Police Department and have me arrested
We
for
don't want to.
filming?
We don't want to bother them again with your nonsense.
Oh, okay. So because it's not true. It's just not true. You
No.
guys,
It's true.
it's
And
not.
I'm asking you to get out in the hallway.
I'm not gonna leave, ma'am, only because I have a right to do it.
Okay, obviously, that's you, just giggle on the tape, on the 520 mark, right? Okay, why did you ask the defendant, Mr. Race, to get out to the hallway?
Because he was, obstructing the work of what we were doing in the office, being intrusive, and he was not listening to what we were trying to say to him. Our files are confidential. We have people at the counter who are giving out social security numbers. We have people with birth dates, and they're not allowed to film across the counter. In fact, we have a policy for in the vault, for people that are gonna even take pictures of the books. They have to pay a fee for scanning purposes.
And may have another document brought for ID at this time. You're showing the council for the record. May I approach the witnesses? Okay, Ms. Kigler, I'm going to show you for the record what's been marked for ID only at this time, the state's exhibit 5. Could you kindly take a moment to look at that document?
This is the policy that was issued by the mayor's office and HR as it related to visitor entry into the city hall.
Okay, and was that policy in effect as of July 15, 2021?
It was,
Were you familiar with that policy?
yes, this,
Proceed.
the mayor's office and our HR department monitored what was going on during COVID within the building. And they were sending to the department heads regular emails with attachments on policies that they implemented in the building.
Do you know if that piece of paper, a copy of that policy in paper was somewhere at City Hall on July 15, 2021, to your knowledge?
Yes, there was one that was down on Phil's desk downstairs.
At the lobby when you first walk in?
Yes,
As you look at that document now, was it made in the regular course of business?
was it me?
Yeah, but to your knowledge, was it made in the regular course of business? No, there was a generator shortly after the policy came into effect.
Oh, yeah,
Was it?
yeah, that they sent it to us and the department heads, I know I put up everything in my office that I got. And especially those that deal with the public, they were putting that on the doors.
So would it have been the regular course of business to make such a document?
Yes.
And was a policy, this document, if you will, was created and made shortly after the policy was decided on?
Yes, most of the ones that are here down in the lobby were put down there by the mayor's office.
And you said you have a recollection that it was done on this day, July 15,
Yes.
2021.
That was there already, yes.
In the lobby when you first walked in the double doors. Favorite office for exhibit.
I'm presuming the state is offering as a full exhibit or hearsay objection because it's a business record.
That's correct.
You have made no objection, are you?
I'm asking to voir dire, and then I would make an
Well, you
objection.
didn't do that either, but that's not yours, so you may want to.
Usually, folks not in a rush to hear me ask any questions of you. And you said this document was prepared in the ordinary course of business.
Yes.
And
Oh, hold on a moment. What is it? Yes. So I see here, so, we have some mics strategically placed, or maybe not in your mind strategically placed, to be able to pick you up. Monitor indicates that she's having trouble picking you up.
Okay.
Either speak up from there, or your microphone at council table will pick you up. There's a microphone near the witness stand, which will pick you up as well. I just assume you're gonna want to preserve the record.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, are you the custodian of records for the town clerk?
We are.
Okay, and I think you mentioned, is it your duty to keep the copy of this visitor and entry policy in your office?
Not that particular one, no.
Okay,
I don't keep emails.
and in fact, it's the email that precipitates what's in the contents of this visitor and entry policy, correct?
That's how we receive it, yes.
And that email was sent to you by somebody else, correct?
Correct.
And they're the ones that keep the email and the policy, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't create it, correct, ma'am?
No, I did not.
And you said it was distributed to a couple different departments, as far as you know?
All department heads.
Okay. So if you don't keep the record, let me just go back. You're not the custodian of this record, correct?
No, I'm not.
Okay, Judge, I would object on the basis that we're talking here about a computer file, which is an email. We have a witness on the stand that has indicated she's not the custodian of this record. And we have a testimony, if you take both sides of the testimony, that clearly indicates that it's not her that makes it in the ordinary course of business. So for today's purposes, this is not a witness that can overcome a hearsay objection to the policy.
Personal knowledge of how the document is generated is enough. She doesn't have to be the one to generate the document. She doesn't have to be the custodian of the record. You know that, and I know that. Well, Gex is overruled.
Okay, just for the record, it's a computer generated record, email.
Got it.
Fair enough, Judge. Thank you.
I take it based on the court's ruling that.
Unless there's no more objections. If the objections are not admissible because it's email, not an actual writing off the printer, and if she isn't the one that actually keeps the record and has generated the record, those objections are overruled. It's a business record where foundation is like.
Just one minute. And I just wanted to add that she's not the custodian of records.
No, overruled.
Is the document coming as fully as it got?
Fully zip.
May have the document, please, where the signature was affixed to the document on the back. Does council have that document?
Oh, yes.
I'd have to have it marked, so the clerk has a record of it, that's the whole exhibit. With the court's permission, I would like to read the document with the witness, please.
Me?
And I would ask, I just want with the court's permission, the witness to read it into the record now that it's a full exhibit. It's not very long. If you could just read it into the record, without a full exhibit, okay, goes case exhibit 5, you can just read it out loud, please.
Hold on.
Judge, the document speaks for itself. It's a full exhibit. I don't know that it's necessary, and it's probably cumulative to read it into the record.
Understood. I'm going to allow it to read, right?
It's
I'll
one page and the font is big.
The font is big, okay.
So you want
Yes, please.
We will allow.
visitor and entry policy, city hall policy is that anyone seeking entry to this public facility must obtain a visitor pass, and the pass must be returned upon completion of their business in the building. This is necessary both for COVID prevention, for public safety, security, and the privacy of the people's business where appropriate. Anyone filming or otherwise engaging in activity other than accessing a business office within the building may do so upon notification to the guard on duty and complete a visitor form. They may therefore conduct such activity respectfully in the public hallways. The city reserves the right to prohibit or limit such activity where overriding need or concerns exists involving disruption or public safety, or where the city hall building use policy is the more appropriate process for the business visit. In no event may such filming or other video or photography occur at or across any counter of division point between an office foyer and the work area where employees and documents are being processed or submitted. Please feel free to ask questions regarding the above described policy with the City of Danbury's Corporation Council.
Okay. I would just ask, we'll continue with the video, please.
I do. This is public. Nobody has an, can I explain to you why? Because nobody has an expectation of privacy in public. That's law.
You can have the four walls, you can film the walls of the building.
That's what he was
You
told.
can film
No.
to the counter.
But that's wrong
You
information.
cannot. No, it isn't.
Unfortunately,
You're
it's wrong.
mistaken.
No, this is what I do, man.
I know.
This
It's
is what
a-
I do.
disrupt people.
No.
That's not
My
your
job.
job.
My job is to
Disrupting people
expose
and causing
tyrants like
trouble.
you.
Not
No,
a
you
tyrant.
can't.
That's
I
my
do my
job.
job very well.
That's my
You
job.
need to
My
get a
job is to
life.
expose people like
You
you.
cannot disrupt my office.
I'm not.
You are disrupting.
He is
my
disrupting
office.
my
No,
office.
you are disrupting my office,
How?
but you're not supposed to film the people in my office.
I can film
telling
and
you
I can
that.
film in the public area.
So you can leave and go outside.
Okay, I'm
Outside,
conducting
sir.
business. I need to get
You're not
FOIA. I
conducting
need
business.
FOIA
You're causing
requests.
trouble.
I need FOIA
You're
request
causing
forms.
trouble.
I need
I
FOIA
don't
requests
have FOIA request forms.
at the town clerk. You don't have FOIA request
No,
forms?
you write them. You
I don't
send
know
me
what
a
that
letter,
says.
and your letter.
You
has-
have FOIA request
I
forms,
don't have
ma'am.
FOIA request
Yes, you do.
It's done.
You
No,
need to
out,
get
sir,
you need to get your
out.
hands off. You need to
Yeah,
get
you're
your
not
hands
coming
off
in.
me.
You're not
Out.
coming
You
I
need
don't
to
want
get
have
your
to
hands
call
off
the
me.
police 'cause it's not-
You can if you'd like, because they're gonna.
I'm gonna ask you a question. This is on the 626 mark. Where was the defendant holding up his camera when he was speaking to you? Was it up waist side? Was it midsection? Was it high? Was it shoulder
In
level?
front of his face,
In front of his face? And how close was he to you when he was doing it, you said?
pretty close. That's why, Phil had his arm up.
Objection, Your Honor, you disturbed. It's not responsive. The question was close, and the witness is explaining that's why Phil is doing something, so I would
Oh,
object
that's
that this is the strike.
How did you, let me ask you this, when he was holding it up the way you described, how did you view that? How did you react to that?
I just thought that it was kind of rude because he's not talking to me face to face. I was talking to a camera, cell phone.
And why did you ask him twice to step outside of that office?
Because I had individuals in there, I had customers, I had my staff in there, and he's not supposed to be there, didn't have a visitor's pass either. He had no business in my office. I asked him, although that may have been another time, so.
And when you asked him to leave twice, did he appear to adhere to your request?
No,
And he did not?
No.
Did you take any action with respect to your staff in terms of placement?
not that particular day, no.
Was anybody ever in a vault or anything of that nature?
Not that particular.
I'm sorry, what was the?
Was anybody ever placed in a vault? But he said not that day, she was the answer. You said multiple. A few moments ago, the tape, it looked like people near the computer. Were they staff, if you know, or people trying to use those computers?
If in front of it, it was public trying to use computers. And I don't know how much I'm supposed to go, but the individual that's to my right is my assistant who's escorting in two customers, according to the video.
Okay, the woman who appeared to have relatively long blonde hair.
Yes,
And that again is at the 826 marks. I'm sorry. My mistake, 626 mark.
I'm sorry, did you say she was escorting customers into your office?
yes, I saw her escorting them in. People wouldn't come in.
Meanwhile, I'll replay it 5 seconds back, so. So I stopped it now at the 623 mark. The two people, they both appear to have masks on, those are members of the public.
Yes,
And then the person behind him, you see a little bit of blonde hair, if you will. That's your person who works for your office.
yes.
You can if you'd like, because they're gonna tell you you're wrong, man, that's why. Listen, man, you gotta stop, you just gotta stop, it's not worth it, what? He's not doing his job, this is not your job. Your job is not to do this, your job is a security guard to observe.
But I think if I heard you correctly in the tape, you said it is his job, meaning you were referring to the security guard. Why were you of that opinion?
But he was there to assist to hopefully remove him from the premises,
Because he was not in
because that's
compliance.
not my job.
What portion is that?
641.
640.
your job.
Okay, outside.
Your job is not to talk to people. Yeah, I know.
Outside, sir.
I know.
Listen, I'm asking you to get out.
You're not wrong.
And you're not-
You're not listening to what she's telling you. You cannot film over the counter. Can you get that through your head?
And when you asked him the latest time to get out, did you hear him say he wasn't going?
Yes,
No, when they say he wasn't going, you're referring to the defendant, Mr. Reyes.
correct.
That's fine. You're not, you have to go. Yeah, you're wrong. Unfortunately, you're wrong.
We got the regulations. You're wrong. I'm sorry, but you can't film employees.
I'm trying to conduct business. I need boilerplate forms. I also need to know what services you offer here at the town hall. What services you offer to the public here.
Go to, Danbury.com.
Then you're refusing service to me? Yes, you are. I'm trying to ask you a question as a public servant.
Are you recording?
I am recording.
What are you gonna record?
I'm recording everything.
No, a physical document. We record documents. We're like a library, we record documents.
Okay?
Are you here for person?
I'm here to submit a FOIA request. I don't have a computer now.
Then you have to write a letter to us and request.
That's not true.
In this house.
That is not true. I'll let you supervise. Where's the mayor? Where's the mayor?
Let me ask you this, you mentioned a FOIA request, you're referring to the Freedom of Information?
Correct.
Okay, what is your understanding of how that works?
An individual will request a document from us for information. If it's information that's not obtainable by the public, that's something that we have to draft for them, then they leave us that document and we can respond to them. If I have that information on file, then it's up to me to file it. But if it's something that my office does not process, then they are instructed that they have to request it from the appropriate department or agency.
Did Mr. Reyes do so that day?
Not to my knowledge.
No, out in the
Dude,
hallway.
you need to stop.
No.
You need to stop.
Phil, I'll get him.
You need to stop. Just stop it. Just stop what you're doing. Please
No.
stop what you're doing.
We're
It's not
asking you
it's
to
not
leave.
necessary. This is not necessary.
Yes, it is.
I'm not a threat to you. You know that. I've
You're an
been here.
annoyance.
I'm an annoyance.
You're an
You're
annoyance.
an
is what
annoyance.
you are.
You're an annoyance.
Once you get a
and
life and
tyrant.
get a real job,
You're an
instead of
annoyance and a
going around and
tyrant.
busting people's chops.
You're an annoyance and a tyrant.
And disrupting everything.
Stop touching
You're
me.
not coming in here. I'm not
Stop
touching you. Stop
touching
leaning
me.
on me, buddy.
Stop touching
Stop
me.
leaning on me. Get out.
Stop
I've asked you to
touching me.
leave politely.
I'm not leaving, ma'am.
Well, you're filming against the rules.
And you're told you're not supposed to film.
And you're
over the counter.
disrupting.
Stop it. Stop it.
I'm
Stop
telling you
it.
for the last
Stop
time, you
it.
cannot film
Stop
over the
it.
counter.
Stop it.
He can
Tell
film.
I can film.
Okay, where are you at, for the record, I'm stopping at the 843 mark. At the 843 mark, where are you right now on the second floor of City Hall?
In the doorway of my office.
I'm sorry?
In the doorway of my office.
Okay, and the person who's now in the video, again, at the 843 mark is whom for the record? On the still shot,
Which,
the individual right there, without the mask.
that's Les Pinter, Corporation Counsel,
Okay, and the person at the counter presumably
is a customer.
We have one.
Publicly accessible,
But
Mr.
not my
Attorney.
employees and not my
You have
customers.
no expectation of privacy in public, which the attorney should let you know. You should let her know that.
All right, would you
Sir,
do
don't
this?
back up so you're not on this camera
Jan,
with us.
Jan.
There is no
Close your door
expectation.
temporarily, lock the door. You're
He
closed for
wouldn't,
a
he
little
won't get
while.
out. That's the problem.
I'm telling you,
Okay.
close your door and lock the door.
So you're refusing services to the
Yes,
public?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
great.
because.
now let's go over here. I'm not just, there is no disruption by peacefully filming, sir.
What did I say earlier?
I don't listen.
Yeah, I just stopped at the 916 mark. Is that another office at that point that is being used on the second floor of City Hall?
Yes, that's the assessor's office.
And that's across from your office?
Correct.
To your rules. I listen to the law. I listen to the law, and as an attorney, you should know the law. Really?
You were
You should.
told you can film the hallways and the
Hold
walls.
on.
You cannot go into a department and film over the counter. If
Stop
you want me to
touching me.
destroy your
Stop.
phone, turn it
Are you
off.
threatening to destroy
Turn
my
it
phone?
off.
Stop it.
Turn it off.
Nope.
Get a life. Come on.
Showing you, I stopped at the 9:35 mark now. The footage that you just saw, that appeared to be over the counter in your view?
Objection to the, object to the phone question.
No, I also say, I said appears.
Are you saying it calls for speculation or interpretation, or it calls for interpretation?
I'll rephrase it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna show you, starting at the 9:35 mark. What is that? This is at the 9:35 mark. What does that depict?
That two of those are employees on the back of the counter, and the one in the front is a customer.
So that's footage behind. Yes, at the edge of that.
Yes.
Okay. And that, you said that would be inconsistent or in violation of the policy that was in place at the time.
Correct.
You cannot go into a department and film over the counter. If
Stop
you want me to
touching me.
destroy your
Stop.
phone, turn it
Are you
off.
threatening to destroy
Turn
my
it
phone?
off.
Stop it.
Turn it off.
Nope.
Get a life. Come on. Stop
Stop
disrupting
it.
everybody.
He's gonna cost you a lot of money.
They're gonna get pissed. Can you call them? They're gonna get mad at me for calling them. Call them.
They're gonna get mad at you because you're making a big deal for no reason.
Because you think about it. You had 3 guys come out this morning. Listen to me.
You called them.
Just listen. Yeah,
You
because
called them.
you don't take a card. You don't sign in. You're disruptive.
I don't need to.
Those 3
I don't need
officers
to.
could have been on another site helping out. All you're doing
You
is
called
tying
them.
up.
You
Sean,
called
I'm
them.
sorry,
You
my friend.
called them.
You need to get a
You
job
called
and get a
them.
life.
You called
You
them.
need to get a life.
Yeah, let's go outside because taxpayers have, that's the problem is taxpayers have business going on.
But they have
They
no
hear-
expectation of privacy in public. Don't touch me.
But
I
there's
keep telling you that.
disruption, but there's disruption.
You are
Let's talk
causing
out-
the
come on, let's talk out
disruption.
here. Let's talk
You are
out
causing
wanna
the
take them out?
disruption.
here. Let's talk out here.
Go out here.
Do you want me to take him out? I doubt he's gonna
Come
say
on.
yes.
Just come on out here.
Go out
Stop pushing me. Stop pushing me.
Look, we're gonna have to-
Stop pushing me.
we're gonna
Stop.
have to- We're gonna have to close this.
Stop
off,
pushing
too.
me.
We're gonna have to close this off.
You can do whatever you'd like. You can do whatever you'd like. I'm not causing any disturbance. I want
What
to
do you think you're
peacefully.
doing?
I want to peacefully record
cannot
and
record
exercise
in-
my First
You're
Amendment
not
right.
allowed to record over a counter.
Yeah, get off of me.
Phil, you need to
Stop.
call the police.
Did you guys call D people?
Did you work out with?
Tell them to come right away.
Yeah. All right, so we'll just wait here till the police come. Look,
And they're gonna tell you the same thing that I'm telling you. You're an attorney. I don't understand how you don't know these things.
let me tell you something. I explained this morning what the rules were, reasonable rules.
No, that's not reasonable rules. You can't.
What
You
did,
can't
what did I
put.
say that
You
could
can't.
do? No,
You
please
said I
tell me.
cannot film behind a counter. That's what you said.
Correct.
I'm not filming behind the counter. I'm filming exactly everything I could see.
You're filming
public.
Counter at workers.
It doesn't matter. They have no expectation of privacy in public. You should know this. Why are you ignorant of the law?
These are the rules.
Do you have
that are
expectation of
established.
privacy? Is there an expectation of privacy in public, sir? Has the courts ruled that you have
We're not-
that has the courts ruled that you have a privacy that that you can be that it's privacy in public? This is public, correct?
This facility has established rules.
That doesn't
what
matter.
people can do.
That doesn't matter.
It does because
That doesn't
they're in
matter.
place. It
You
does.
can't put rules
It
that
does.
infringe on my rights. You can't
You-
do
because
that.
You also can't override our rules.
I can,
Have been
because I don't
responsibly
override.
adopted.
I don't override them. The Constitution overrides it, not me. The Constitution. Your rules are unlawful. They're
Yes.
against the Constitution.
We
They
can talk
violate
about- We can
rights.
talk about stuff all day. This is not a sandbox. There are people here doing business. in the
Yeah,
city
and I'm
hall.
not here to interrupt any business. I'm here
By
to peacefully
filming- by
record.
filming
I'm here
employees,
to-
you're disrupting.
I am a journalist gathering content for a story. That's what I'm doing. And you're gonna keep all you're doing. Look, the tax assessor closed, town clerk's office closed to the public. You see, closed.
Well, see,
No
that's-
services.
That's the disruption.
No, that's you-
gonna
that
result
you
in a
caused.
Police officer
That you
coming and having
caused.
to arrest you.
No,
Based on your experience with City Hall in the 7 years you've worked here, what occasions why would doors for those 2 officers, for example, be closed? What would prompt that?
A situation like this, our offices were always very open. COVID changed all that, changed all the policies on how we operated at City Hall.
Okay, and the closing of the doors before, for example, under these circumstances, why would they be closed?
There's disruption to the office. He didn't have a visitor pass to allow him in the office. That was very restricted. We had that as an order that that someone had to register, and only 4 individuals were allowed in our office at that time, that had business in the office. They weren't allowing walk-ins.
Because you're causing a disruption.
That's not true. Nope.
You can
Not
disagree
true.
with it, but
A
that's the way it is.
constitutionally protected activity can't be turned into
You
a
know what your
crime.
protected activity is? To walk the hall, take your pictures.
And to go into publicly accessible areas and to take pictures.
Not to
Yes, I
disrupt.
can. I'm
No,
not.
you can't.
Yes, I
You cannot
can.
disrupt the operations.
I
of
can't
the
wait to
building.
litigate this with you in
Go
court.
for it.
Can't
You
wait.
know what?
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Stand in line. You guys have a lot of litigation coming.
You know what you do with this kind of stuff is you disrupt.
You're gonna be
city
litigating for a
operations.
while.
Bring it on.
There you go.
Bring it on. Go ahead.
And we'll see if a judge agrees with
Go to
what
the
you're
court
doing
right
here
now.
today.
Go to the court right now. And
Oh, it's
file your
coming.
papers.
It's coming. I'm waiting for all the relevant documentation, all the relevant body camera
But you
footage.
know, you can play this nicely.
I'm trying to.
Professionally instead.
I'm trying to.
Here's the professional part. The rules of engagement are the city hall hallways open to you. You can walk down, up and down, you take pictures,
Anywhere
look
that's
around,
publicly
write
accessible.
your story. You don't decide what's publicly accessible.
It's like if it's open and it's
There are
publicly
places-
accessible.
I explained
it's
to you,
open.
there are places that are not open for
Yeah.
journalists to just film at random.
Yeah. Well, that would be
They're
called
not.
a restricted area.
Then you challenge it.
That
If
would
you
be
don't
called
agree
a
with the
restricted
policy,
area.
Here's the way to look at it. There's policies in place that say you can't do it. If you want to challenge it, you can challenge it. Go ahead, challenge it in court. But you can't challenge it here.
Which I am doing.
You cannot challenge it here because you're disrupting public business.
You are, not me.
Sean, did
You
you see
are.
the line on, did
You
you see
are.
the sign on the door when you
You
came in
are.
this morning? Listen, did you see the sign?
I don't read.
All visitors must sign in. There's still post-pandemic. You were supposed to take a card. You circled around me and like you're some special human being. You got
Not special.
Well, you-
Anybody can do it,
No.
not just me.
You're not. These are the rules that they've implemented.
Anybody
here.
can
Why
do it.
can't you play by the rules?
Anybody can do it because
Why?
the rules violate my constitutional rights. That's what I'm trying to
So
say here.
I'm just curious. I'm gonna ask you something.
I'll show the council. Yeah, I have it. I do have some.
Sure.
This would be, I think, number 6, Your Honor. Can I post the witness, please? Right. Ms. Cagle, I'm showing you now what's been marked State Exhibit 6 for ID. Would you take a moment to look at that? How do you recognize that?
Those are the visitor lots we had downstairs.
And what is the operative date?
July 15th,
What you-
2021.
That was a Thursday?
Correct.
And presumably each visitor comes in and signs it
Correct.
as requested,
And where they had to go, where they were going.
and that's on there as well.
Correct.
So the name is on one row, and on the same row is where what office they intend to go to.
Correct.
And my request, did you look at this? Did you see Mr. Reyes' name on any of these?
No, I did not.
Again, is this made a regular course of business in terms of signing?
Yes, they would sign in and then were handed a card for the respective department that they were going to.
And that would be consistent with the policy that was in place?
Correct.
Was it a regular course of business to have such a sign-in sheet?
During COVID, yes.
And it was obviously made or created as people are coming and going.
Correct. And then they would report to the guard, and then the next person, if there were more than 4 in our office, they couldn't come up. But a card get returned, and then the next person was allowed to go.
Okay, so the card gets returned when one person intends to exit the building, and the card is then given to the next entrant.
Correct.
They were offers the full exhibit.
340 ago. Yeah, you indicated that the security people were responsible for this visitor log?
Correct.
Okay, and you're the town clerk, correct?
Correct.
Are you the custodian of the visitor log?
No, I'm not.
Did you create anything inside the visitor log?
No, I did not.
You responsible for any of the content in the visitor log?
No, only to check it.
Do you know where the visitor's log was created or how it was created?
It would just be my guessing.
Okay, well, I'm not asking you to guess, that's fair enough. And you don't have a duty to keep this visitor log in your office, correct?
I do not.
it's not part of your duties as town clerk to keep this visible out, correct?
Correct.
And one more. So with respect to the information contained, I'm just going to show you what you've already shown, just for the first page, for example.
Okay.
I'm sorry, man. Do you know whether anybody on the list has a duty to report anything? Do you know?
Could you rephrase that?
Yes.
What do you mean?
There's a bunch of names on the first page of the
Correct.
report of signing sheet. Can you tell me what duty any of those people have to report?
I couldn't, in that, I don't.
And is that because it's actually Phil who does all the entries?
You know, the people who write their own names in there.
Okay, take a quick look at that. Isn't that all kind of the same handwriting?
Some of the handwriting was done due to the multicultural nature of our city. Some don't understand. So if they were, or they don't understand where he would do it sometimes. He would just write it in for them and ask them to spell their name.
And is that part of the policy if somebody, if there's a multicultural issue comes up, is that part of the policy to help them sign in?
He would assess.
And are these signatures, to your knowledge, are these signatures of people who came to town hall, you know?
On that particular day, I would have known if they were in my office, yes.
Fair enough, but as I show you the exhibit as it's going to be introduced, with respect to that, do you recognize signatures of individuals on there?
I couldn't make that judgment.
So Judge, I would object to the visitor log coming in because Ms. Geiger is not the custodian of this record.
Which we know is not part of the subdivision.
Just for my record, I'm stabbed myself in the back, I don't know. Anyway, that having been said, she has no knowledge of the content of the document. She doesn't keep the document. It contains hearsay, and among other things, it's not generated by her office. It's one of respect to the other exhibit. Yeah. What's the part here? So I'll get to that in the crossbow. And in addition to that, even if you credit what we're not sure of is contained in the document, it's information created by the public, which have no duty to keep the record or maintain the record. So on that basis, it's.
You're saying it's not generated in the regular course of business because the public signs their names? What's
The contents of the document, among other
It's
things.
offered as a business record.
Correct.
You know the foundation for a
Yes.
business record. What objection to having the matter entered as a full exhibit under the business record exception to hearsay?
In addition to what I've stated, it also contains information that is presumably provided by members of the public who have no business duty to keep the record or otherwise report. And that is an element of the business record as I understand it, but I've been told, I've been wrong.
So is that your objection?
Yes, it is.
Overruled.
Thank you.
May the clerk please mark this full exhibit, Your Honor. And to your knowledge, the State's Exhibit 6, which is now a full exhibit, is kept by City Hall.
Correct.
And they retain such records for over a period of time.
Correct.
If you know the rules violate my constitutional right, that's what I'm trying to say.
You've been here before, you filmed. What are you trying to?
I never felt, you never let me upstairs.
You came around, you were filming everything
Did you allow
downstairs.
me to come upstairs?
No, because you didn't comply with the rules. You didn't
Okay.
fill, you didn't take a courtesy card, you didn't sign
Your
your name.
rules, respectfully, your rules don't violate my rights. That's the only point I'm gonna prove here today. I'm gonna prove it.
But that's your opinion, okay?
No, that's
You've
just,
not
it's
been
black and white.
supported by a court of law. Have you been
I will-
supported by a court of law? No,
I've
have you
been-
been supported by a court of law in that proposition? Yes.
I
or
will
no?
be. I will be.
You haven't. Though,
Soon.
have you?
I will be.
But have you?
I will be.
Have you?
Because normally town halls aren't this dumb to do this. I've been to many town halls
Okay, so
and
now
not
we're
and
done.
not
Okay,
and not
I
one.
hear
Maybe
you.
just ignorant. I'm sorry for saying dumb. Maybe you're just ignorant of the law. But I've been to many town halls and no one has ever given me this many problems over filming in public because it's a constitutionally protected activity.
Let me respond to that by telling you that the people who are working in these different offices work very hard. And they're trying to protect their public customers who are coming in to fill out documents.
Yeah.
Many of those
I'm not filming
documents.
documents.
Many of these documents are on tables, on chairs, on counters, and they're out there and they're discussing business. And you want to insist on going in and filming around that
Mm-hmm.
and taking a risk that the public's documents will be publicly viewed. Who needs that?
No, that's
a risk to
yeah,
people.
that's
a risk
not
to
true.
people.
A lot of the public documents are public record, as you know, and they can be and they could do and they can do a FOIA request. You're being unreasonable.
Let's have a gentlemanly discussion for 1 second. You can film in the hallway. You can film in the foyer, maybe. But the documents, if you want to see them,
Look at them.
you can.
Did
FOI
I
them.
force those two women to come out of their office and stop working?
You can FOI.
Why are they not working? I didn't force them to leave their office and stop working.
You can FOI.
Why are they coming over here and stop working?
Because you're disrupting.
No, I'm not.
He's allowed to film in the halls. He went into the departments. He's not allowed to film over the counter. He starts filming everything. He's disruptive. He's intrusive. And I'm tired of it. And that's why.
Yeah, you're already tired of it when you physically assaulted me earlier.
I physically assaulted you. You got my face.
It's on the camera. It's on the camera. It's on the camera. Don't worry.
You need to get a life.
Can I just get your name and badge number, sir?
Just back up. Let me talk to him real quick. Just let me talk to him. Some space. Officer Contreras, 633.
Thank you, sir.
What's going on?
Nothing.
You were just at the PD.
Yeah, I was just at the PD.
Okay. Were you here earlier recording?
Yeah, I was here earlier
And
recording.
then you went to the PD,
Uh-huh.
and now you're here.
Yeah, I'm here because I wasn't allowed upstairs.
Okay.
So I had to go to PD to file a criminal complaint against this gentleman for assaulting me.
Okay.
So that's why I went to the PD to write a statement. I'm here again because I'm a journalist working on a story. I'm capturing things that are in public. That's all.
Okay.
They're telling.
Over the counter like they
Nope.
said?
I went in. What they're saying, officer, is that I can't even enter into the town hall office and record in the office because if I do, they're saying that that is somehow against the law. But as I'm sure you're aware, I'm not putting my phone behind a camera. I'm not in a restricted area. Eyes can't trespass. So whatever I can see from public, I can record, right? Okay. So that's all. I'm not going into restricted areas. I don't even want to talk to anybody. I just want to walk around here, gather my content, and be on my way. But this gentleman over here wants to escalate this. Yes, he wants to escalate the situation after he just put his hands on me. He obviously didn't learn his lesson. I felt bad for pressing charges on you because I was like, I don't want to ruin this guy's life. But guess what? You deserved it, buddy. So at the end of the day, he's out of control. He's causing a disturbance. You can't, I'm conducting a lawful activity. How can you turn that into a disturbance? I'm not doing anything wrong. I was very reasonable to the other officers, just like I'm being very reasonable with you. I just want to be quiet, record, exercise my First Amendment right to record in public. If they want to lock doors, if they want to start locking all their doors and close the access to the public, which is probably unconstitutional and probably wrong for them to do, not probably, definitely. Because I should be able to enter in the town clerk's office and say, hey, can I get a FOIA request for him? Hey, can I get this from you? I should be able to ask for services, but they're preventing me from acting services. But that's not your but that's not your problem because you know that's something a court can handle in a civil suit. But they're trying to get you to use your authority to arrest me or to prevent me from just simply engaging in a constitution. If they want to lock the doors, that's fine. I'm not telling you to, hey, officer, they're locking the doors, arrest them. That's for a court to decide, right? They can do that, lock it, whatever. I think it's wrong. But what I'm saying is I'm not doing anything wrong. I just want to walk around town hall and film. That's all I want to do because I'm a journalist exercising my First Amendment right of freedom of press. That's it.
Okay.
It's very simple.
So just give he's obviously getting their side of the story. I got your side of the story.
Mhm.
Obviously, there's two sides to every story. I got to listen to them too.
But this is another reason why I record because there's only one side of the story there's always two sides of the story, but then there's the truth. There's and then there's the truth,
middle ground,
and then there's the truth, right? So the camera don't lie.
They decide what's going on, or they tell my coworker, and then if you're recording and you're not bothering anybody, and you're not obviously going over the counters.
Yep, not going over the counter.
I mean,
that's what I'm saying. I don't understand.
Where did they accuse you of going over the county?
So what I did was I just walked into this town clerk's office right here
Yeah.
to ask her for a FOIA request form. And as I walked in there, the security guard who assaulted me earlier got in front of me, said, "You can't record in here. You can't record in here." I was like, "Yes, I can record in here." He's saying that I can't record in the office, in town hall office, which is not true.
Okay, I stopped it at the 2025 mark on the Stigler, but do you have a recollection of speaking to that officer that's on the tape that day, along with attorney, Pincher?
Which officer are you talking about?
This is, I think, Officer Farrell.
No,
You're talking about this officer here?
Yes.
On the screen.
I did not speak with him. No.
Okay, did you speak to any officer that day about the defense actions?
I don't remember because he was there in the morning. But I have my dates mixed up.
Okay, that's you, is that, no, looking at
And I
this,
came back out
you came back out, why did you come back out? If you remember?
just to follow up to see if I could open my doors probably for customers.
Okay. And with the police presence, did you feel more comfortable opening the doors?
No, that was not the reason.
What was the reason?
Because we're there for the public, and we're there for our customers, and they were had been very restrictive. We were closed for a long time, and we were not able to service them. We had limited services during when we were closed. Our office had to be open, but we were operating partially in the parking lot. But so the fact that we had been open for people for specific reasons, I wanted to be able to service them.
Okay, but you initially closed your door and the accessory door in this
Right.
case because of the defense actions?
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. She does not appear on the radio video.
Okay. It's 3:33-ish. This is almost an exact perfect time for the afternoon break. We recess until 3:45, and then we come and crank onward to 4:30.
Thank you.
So we'll take our recess now. It's a natural breaking point. We'll begin Attorney Seeker's cross-examination at 3:45.
All right, court's now in recess. All right. Court's back in session.
Please be seated. Attorneys are all here. And you can retake the stand. Thanks. As soon as you see you have the cross-examination. I'm gonna, you're still in the road, okay?
Now, there was some discussion about whether you had a conversation with police on the day of Mr. Reyes' arrest. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And do you recall who that officer was?
no, I thought you did, no, I the truth, I mixed up. I saw him, I don't know if I heard that in June. Then I talked to the police,
Okay, so just.
but I don't remember the 15th.
Okay, so just drawing your attention to the day of the 15th. In the video, there's an officer that's been identified as Officer Farrell, and he's the arresting officer.
Correct.
Do you recall speaking with him that day?
No.
Do you recall being in a room with Mr. Pinker that day speaking to the police?
Being in a room.
Did you ever have a conversation with the police while Mr. Pinker was there? Isn't it true, ma'am, that you told the police on the 15th, in response to the police officer's question, that Mr. Reyes busted into your office? Do you remember that? You don't remember that? Okay. And then with respect to the policy, the sign-in policy, I think you were showing exhibit 3 where it says, "Welcome to Danbury, all visitors must sign in," correct?
Correct.
And showed you what has been marked, I think, as State's Exhibit 6, which is the sign-in sheet. Did your testimony that State Exhibit 6 the sign-in sheet contains signatures of the visitors.
Correct.
So that your testimony is you believe that the names on there are signatures of the visitors?
Yes.
You're not familiar with the handwriting, of course, of any of the visitors, correct? Okay. And do you notice on the sign-in sheet that the name of visitor and the name of visitor column, that each name is printed? Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6 again. So under the column where it says name of visitor,
Okay.
all the names on that list are printed, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know who printed them, correct?
But we can assume
So then what does sign-in mean?
you have to register your name in the city.
Okay? And can you tell me, ma'am, what registering your name in the city means?
Well, our policy at that time was that an individual who came in, who had business in the city, had to register their name and get a visitor's pass.
Okay? Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 3. This is what you identified this morning as a visitor entry policy. Do you recall that? It's a full exhibit now. I'm sorry, for the record, it's Exhibit 5. In Exhibit 5, it's the same where the people must register with the city.
It says obtain visitor pass.
Okay, so as you sit here today, can you tell by looking at the purported sign-in sheet whether each of those individuals was given a visitor's pass?
Or in the lot upstairs without it.
That's not my question. Can you tell, as you sit here today, and you take a look at the sign-in sheet, that each one of those individuals was given what's been referred to before as a hall pass?
I can't make that decision.
So the answer is no.
No.
And then with regard, again, to this signing procedure, that would be Exhibit 6. You'd agree that Exhibit 6, something you identified this morning, correct? Was that posted on your door?
Which one is the referring to?
The exhibit in front of you, number 6, ma'am?
Posted on my door?
Yes.
I can't remember. I was switching policies constantly, so I can't tell you at what point, but I always put up things that I was given by the department, by the HR.
Well, let me put it to you this way. As you sit here today, true or false, on July 15, 2021, that policy was posted on your town clerk's door.
Check.
I can't recall.
Okay, so the day of, when we have the video, when Mr. Reyes walks in and the incident begins, you have no recollection whether or not that was posted on the door of your box. So people would know what the policy was.
I just had that one, if you just, oh, okay. Okay, can
So
expand. I wouldn't expand that.
so just for the record, the answer is you can't say that that policy was posted on your door, correct?
No, I don't recall.
And drawing your attention to Exhibit 6 again, does Exhibit 6 say that people are not allowed to film customers?
So then, doesn't utilize the word customer.
So that's a no, correct? And does the same policy that you just read contained in Exhibit 6, does it say people cannot film your employees?
Well, it refers to the work area where the employees are being processed, it refers to that.
Does the policy say there's a prohibition against filming employees, ma'am?
No objection on your question. It speaks for itself.
It would be my interpretation.
Well, I'm asking
I
you,
would tell you, it's not, to me, it's not a yes or no.
and that may be, but for the purposes of this record, in Exhibit 6, does the exhibit contain words that say there's some blanket prohibition against filming your employees?
May I just read that paragraph?
You can look at it to yourself. If you don't recall, this exhibit's in front of you, he's asked you a question.
I would have to say that.
So-
They're not supposed to.
So it's in-
Employees.
So it's a no, correct?
No.
Doesn't contain that language, correct?
No, I would assume that they're not allowed.
That wasn't, I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
Okay.
The question is whether or not that policy says people are not allowed to film city employees. That's what he's asking. If it doesn't say that, there's an answer. If it does say that, there's an answer.
I'd say yes, it does say that.
Where?
Right here between, right here, this fourth paragraph.
Read where it says you're not allowed to film city employees.
In no event may filming or other video photography occur at or across any county between an office foyer and the work area where employees and documents are being processed and submitted.
Okay, so in terms of blanket prohibitions, it's your interpretation of the policy that city employees are not allowed to be filmed at all? Is that your answer?
In respect to them working.
So it's not that you can't film city employees at all. It's that your interpretation is that you can't film city employees over a counter. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Where in the clerk's office is the counter?
As soon as you get into the front door, is the counter.
Correct. Most of your office is the counter, correct?
Objection to the form of the question.
Most of your office is the counter?
But you walk in.
And then I'll allow the question, the answer. Because you said most of your office is the counter, so he actually asked you the same question.
But it's hard to show if you're not seeing it, so.
Would it help refresh your recollection if we played a portion of the video?
But you could see where the counter is then.
Would that help refresh your recollection as to where the counter is?
Well, as you walk in the door, the counter is right across.
Okay, and does it span pretty much the whole area of the office space that's past the foyer?
It spans the width of what the room is when you walk in the door. And then there's an extension on the side for the public computers.
With respect to the sign-in procedure again, ma'am, I think you testified earlier about what the purpose of the sign-in procedure was. Can you tell me what that was?
Well, it was established by the HR department to monitor and record who the visitors were in the building.
Okay, and was there something with respect to COVID that you testified earlier about?
COVID policy.
Is the sign-in policy connected to COVID?
It was.
Okay. What about in your office? Is there anything posted about the policy being connected to a COVID concern?
We had signs up about COVID throughout the whole time.
On July 15th, you had COVID signs up in your office? Okay. Did you ever once tell Mr. Reyes the reason why you wanted him to stop filming was because of a COVID concern?
I did not mention the word COVID.
So if you're referring to a policy, then that, safe to say, you're not referring to that portion of the policy that is connected to COVID concerns, correct?
It was policy.
Fair enough, but what you're referring to when you're asking Mr. Reyes to stop filming has nothing to do with a COVID concern, correct?
Well, I would say it did, because that was what the policy was, it was a COVID policy.
I know what the policy is, but let me just try to do it this way. There came a point on July 15th when you were discussing matters, let's say, with Mr. Reyes, specific reference to his conduct in your office. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
Okay. At no time did you mention the word COVID to him, did you?
No.
Okay. So there was a point, however, where you indicated he had to stop filming. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you indicated to him to stop filming, you weren't telling him to stop filming because of a COVID concern, right? He wasn't going to give anybody COVID because he was filming in the office, correct?
No.
Okay. And at any time during that same conversation, Mr. Reyes, on the 15th in your office, did you tell him that the reason why he was being asked not to film was because he did not sign in downstairs?
No.
And on the 15th of July, 2021, you don't even know whether he signed in downstairs, do you?
He didn't have a pass.
Okay, so you're connecting the absence of a pass with the claim that he didn't sign in, correct?
Correct.
Did you know his name on July 15th?
Yes.
And what's his name?
Reyes.
Okay, so you knew Mr. Reyes was in the office. You didn't have a COVID concern, but you said you were concerned he didn't have a hall pass, so to speak. Is that correct?
I saw you didn't have it.
Okay, did you tell him you're not allowed to film in here because you don't have a hall pass? Did you tell him you're not allowed to film my employees on the 15th?
Yes.
And that's not a blanket rule, correct? Employees can be filmed.
That's been asked and answered, Your Honor.
I'll,
Overall, I have to say, I don't know.
Okay, and you didn't tell him, or you told him also that you're not allowed to film my customers, isn't that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and there's no prohibition against filming of your customers anywhere in the regulations that you've referred to, or pardon me, the policies that you referred to, is it?
But they're standing at the counter.
Well, maybe we can get to that point, but I'm talking about a blanket rule. To your knowledge, there's no blanket rule that Mr. Reyes is prohibited by any policy from filming customers in general, correct?
He's speaking during a certain period of time, or are you talking
On July
about-
15th, let's say.
On July 15th? It's part of the COVID policy.
Is that the COVID policy you said had nothing to do with you asking him to leave?
Because I didn't mention the word COVID
Well,
to him.
your testimony is that you asked him to stop filming, you asked him to leave, correct?
Correct.
We've already established that that wasn't because of COVID, you weren't afraid he was gonna give anybody COVID because he was filming, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then you indicated to him that he is not allowed to film your employees, correct?
Correct.
And there's no policy or no blanket rule that says he can't film employees, correct?
Part of the COVID policy.
For the COVID policy? Well, can you show me in Exhibit 6 where filming of customers has to do with the COVID policy now? Let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 6. Take a look, that's a full exhibit, you can read it.
when they refer in the first paragraph that this is necessary both for COVID prevention, for public safety, security, privacy of people's business where appropriate, they refer to that.
Does that policy say Mr. Reyes cannot film customers?
No, she's been asking this objection.
That's,
Does that policy connect COVID?
you don't have to answer it unless it's sustained, that means the
Oh, I didn't hear
question.
what you
Absolutely.
said. Okay.
Does that policy say that you can't film customers because of COVID?
Objection, yes.
That's the same.
And with regard to your visitor and entry policy, do you know who made this policy?
The mayor and the HR department.
And I think you described the procedure where there was a series of emails that went around, or generally received an email. And then did you print this out?
I always print out everything.
Okay, that may be, but did you print this specific visitor and entry policy out?
I printed everything that
Hold
they
on.
sent us.
You can't, when you get to the middle, reporter saying she's having a hard time picking
So we
up.
go back or?
I don't mind if you're here, but just as long so she can get you. I know you're gonna want the record.
Okay. Ma'am, this visitor entry policy contained in Exhibit 6.
Mhm.
Did you print a copy of this out and give it to the state's attorney?
Yes.
And where did you get it?
From City Hall.
Okay, was it posted on the front door of City Hall?
I don't recall.
So on July 15th, you don't know whether or not this visitor entry policy was posted on the front door of the Danbury City Hall, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. And I think you indicated that this visitor entry policy may have been on Mr. Januso's desk.
Yes.
Second,
No,
where?
I'm gonna object because the testimony was that it was, not maybe. That was the
So
miscarriage.
it's the mischaracterization of testimony?
Yes, that's my objection.
Why don't you rephrase the question to be more consistent with testimony?
Was this visitor entry policy contained in Exhibit 6 on Mr. Januso's desk
Yes.
on the 15th of July, 2021? Did you touch it that day?
No.
Did you see it on his desk?
Yes.
Where?
Actually, it's on Mr. Reyes' video.
Well, I'm asking you if you can recollect where the policy you indicated was in fact on Mr. Januso's desk, where on the desk it was.
It's on the left-hand side of Mr. Reyes.
It was the writing on the visitor and entry policy facing the ceiling.
Laying in the desk.
So if it's laying on the desk, the content of the information in visitor and entry policy, the words on this Exhibit 6 were facing the ceiling, correct?
When I saw it, yes.
When you saw it. And you don't remember, and you can't say that the policy was on the front door of City Hall, correct?
Objection, asked and answered freely.
I'm gonna allow that as a conclusion to that aspect. It's a compound question though, so it's still.
So in addition to it being up, facing ceiling upward, as you recall it,
And I didn't recall I saw it.
no, I'm talking about where it's facing. I believe that you saw it. So that having been said, I'm pointing to the issue of who else could see it. So the words on the page are facing the ceiling. They're not posted on a window somewhere that day, correct?
I don't.
But they certainly weren't posted on a window at Mr. Januso's desk because it didn't have a window, correct?
Correct.
And it wasn't posted, for example, in front of the desk or hanging down off the desk where an individual who walked in and didn't touch Mr. Januso's desk could see it, correct?
I don't come in that way, so I don't know what they do in that direction.
Okay, so you would have no way of telling whether anybody had notice of this policy, even if it was on Mr. Januso's desk, correct? Correct. The same thing with the state's exhibit 4 now. This is a full exhibit, take a look at that. That's also mentioning a sign-in policy. This, a chance to take a look at the sign-in policy language there?
Yes, I see.
Does that sign-in policy say that employees cannot be filmed?
Just makes the same reference as the previous one you showed me in the last paragraph about where employees and documents are being processed.
Okay. Does it say that employees cannot be filmed there? Yes or no?
No.
And by the way, where are documents processed in the clerk's office?
Which documents are you referring to?
Documents that are referred to in the policy that's in front of you.
Where are they?
Let me draw your attention to the language about processing documents in State's Exhibit 4. I think you read that, you referred to the final paragraph, correct?
No.
Doesn't that talk about the processing of documents?
Could you please point out where you're referring to on this particular one?
Yes, I'll take a look.
Yeah.
In the last bullet point that you just drew my attention to in the last question, it reads, where employees and documents are being processed or submitted. Do you see that language?
Yes.
So where are documents processed in the clerk's office?
In the clerk's office, and what documents they are.
What about,
Not all documents are filed in my office.
fair enough. What about secret documents with sensitive information and social security numbers? What about that? You know where they're processed?
Well, those that have to do with vitals are in a cage within the vault.
Well, I think your testimony was one of the concerns you might have that pertain to documents being filmed was that they could contain sensitive information or private information, correct?
If they're on the counter when they're submitting them.
Okay, so in terms of processing of documents, are such documents ever on the counter in the clerk's office?
Yes,
Do they get processed from there?
yes.
Okay, so
With the
what would the,
customers.
thank you. Well, what would the process be then? Somebody would come in, they would hand a document, and then who would determine whether or not the document contains sensitive information?
Because it would be, if it's a vital, just, and the fact that it's a vital record would show that. If it's a DD 214, that would tell us that it already is. And we handle those very differently.
Are any of those documents subject to Freedom of Information Act requests?
You're not birth certificates, no.
Not birth certificate, what about other documents besides birth certificates?
Land records are, liquor licenses are, marriage licenses, death certificates.
Marriage licenses, for example, contain dates of birth of husbands and wives, don't they, or husbands and wives to be? So they identify the people getting married, correct?
We redact the social security numbers, we redact if they're given to someone that's not an immediate family member.
That may be, but nonetheless, when they're at the early stage of being processed and being handed, and I presume it's not only you, other members of the clerk's office would accept these documents for processing. So you haven't redacted them yet, correct? When the person first comes in there?
Well, the process is if someone comes in to get a marriage, the social security numbers are not on that document,
Okay.
and they are not given to the individuals at the time of the marriage. It's not until the officiant brings it back that we add social security numbers on there.
So if somebody was filming a marriage license that somebody brought in, it wouldn't contain any sensitive information, is that what you're saying?
It would not have the social on it yet in a marriage.
Okay. On July 15th, 2021, do you remember who was in your office at the time that Mr. Reyes came into the office?
I don't remember. We process a lot of people per day.
Okay. Were you involved at that point in processing any sensitive documents for people when Mr. Reyes came into the office?
At that particular time,
Yes, ma'am.
often, I have to say, no, not me as a person at the time.
Okay, so you weren't doing that, and there were no sensitive documents on the counter on July 15th, were there?
I can't recollect.
Sensitive documents, however, was one of the things that you referred to with regard to why you wanted Mr. Reyes to stop filming, correct?
That's part of it.
Okay. Yet on the day, July 15th, you weren't involved in processing any documents that contain sensitive information, correct?
Objection has to be answered.
Sustained. Were you involved in processing any documents that contain social security numbers on July 15th, 2021, when Mr. Reyes came into your office?
I don't recollect.
What about your recollection of your other staff at that time? Were they involved in processing documents that contain sensitive information? If you know.
Objection, foundation.
Well, can I finish the question first?
Why don't you finish the question?
If you can recall whether anybody else was processing documents that contain sensitive information, like a social security number.
Same objection.
Any objections?
Objection will be on foundational grounds. Because for conclusion without foundation.
I think the question is whether that's her recollection, there was anybody at that point processing any sensitive materials.
Correct, John.
So I will overrule that objection. Is there any other objection?
Before we the questions also, I'd also object to. Which one employees are we talking about?
Overrule that objection as well. To your best of your recollection, man, counsel is essentially asking, do you not, at that moment in time, Mr. Reyes came to proceeding, was there any significant private documents being processed?
I wouldn't recollect this time.
There's your answer.
Okay. So if you told Mr. Reyes to stop filming because you had a concern for him filming sensitive documents, including social security numbers, documents containing social security numbers that were on the counter or being processed, would you remember that?
If you look at the video, I did not say sensitive documents for the reason why we shouldn't be in the office.
That may be. But the policy that's in front of you has been cited as a basis to prevent somebody's filming for, among other reasons, the prospect of the film encountering sensitive documents, correct? Isn't that what the last line of Exhibit 4 says, man?
Same. No.
So when you tell Mr. Reyes to stop filming, it's not because he has filmed any sensitive documents, correct?
No.
Objection, that causes speculation.
I don't think it does. We'll overrule it.
And it's not because he's filming social security numbers, correct?
No.
And it's not simply because he's filming people in your office, correct?
Part of it.
Okay, let's go with members of the public. You're not asking to stop filming because he's filming members of the public, are you?
Objection, that was the testimony.
Mischaracterization, testimony sustained.
With respect to what you're asking Mr. Reyes at the time on July 15th, when you're asking him to stop filming, was that because he was filming your customers?
You would object, I think this is asked to answer.
Sustained.
Well, didn't you say, ma'am, on the video, when you watch the video and Mr. Reyes comes into the office, ma'am, don't you say you can't film my customers? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so one of the reasons why you tell Mr. Reyes to stop filming is because he's filming your customers, correct? And those are your words on the video, correct?
Objection on this is, I'm going to object. For effect, raising a voice, there's no need for it. This is Patrick. I don't see the point of it.
So I mean, it's borderline argumentative, but certainly it's allowable, it's cross-examination. But I think this line of questioning has been played out. I've seen the video twice, actually, during this trial, and I've heard her cross-examination answers with regard to the video. Keep going with it.
Okay, so you do tell Mr. Reyes, can't film my employees, you can't film my customers when he comes into your office, correct?
Objection, calm down.
Sustained.
I'm getting the same issue again, Judge. Well, told Mr. Reyes that he can't film your employees, correct?
That's the answer, objection.
So here, this has all been asked, she's answered all of the questions multiple times.
Is filming employees a breach of the policy in your office?
Objection that calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm gonna allow that question.
As I said, this COVID time, things were much different in our office.
Okay. Yeah, on July 15th, when you see the video, the state's exhibit, when you're in your office and you see Mr. Reyes for the first time, where's Phil Janusa?
He's just coming through the door.
Isn't he hiding around the corner, and then as soon as Mr. Reyes comes out, he pops out and gets in front of Mr. Reyes? Isn't that what happened?
Objection calls for speculation, foundation.
I'm gonna allow the question essentially, isn't that what you saw in the video?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Janusa is already, when Mr. Reyes comes through the door, correct? He's already there to stop him, correct?
When he came ahead, tell me that he was here.
Okay. And when he does come in, when Mr. Reyes does come in, the town clerk's office, does he kick the door down?
No,
Does he bust the door down?
I would hope not.
Does he bust in there unannounced and say, hey, I'm Mr. Reyes, I'm here to do something in the town clerk's office? Is that what he does?
Objection. This is argumentative. The video speaks for itself.
It does, but I'll allow the question. So we get the point, Tracy.
He didn't bust in your office, did he?
No.
But that's what you told the police, correct?
This objection has been asked and answered, she said she didn't recall.
You don't recall, okay?
That was a test.
Yeah, fair enough. And when Mr. Reyes does enter your office, is he speaking to you at all when he walks in?
Through the phone?
When he walks into your office on the second floor on July 15th, 2001, and he walks into your office, does he begin a conversation with you?
I'm not videoing.
Okay. Does he converse with Mr. Phil Janusa? Do you recall from the video that a conversation between Mr. Janusa?
Tracy, are you asking the witness to comment on a video that I saw as a finding of fact?
Well, I'm asking her what her
Give her
recollection
opinion as to what's on the video that I saw?
No, I'm just asking her because there's other evidence that her testimony could be linked up to.
If there's a question you want to answer, but ask that she would answer, it would be something I haven't seen or heard. Let's do.
we would have to do a motion and eliminate for that, or we have to take that up for that purpose, and that's probably
We
my
have
issue.
to do that. Right now, you're asking her to comment on a video I've seen twice. What she thinks she sees in the video doesn't matter, it's what I think I've seen in the video. If you're asking her to comment on the video, I'm gonna sustain counsel's objection. If you're gonna ask her a question pertaining to the video, something she witnessed, observed, was part of that day, I'll be happy to hear the questions.
Okay, so then for the record, to make sure that there's no confusion, these questions are not directed at the video.
That last question,
Yes.
exactly what?
Just for the record, I think I am within my bounds, so to speak, to ask her what her personal recollection of the events are in
How's
terms
that
of,
relevant to my obligation to find what happened here as a fact finder?
you can believe or not believe her. That's what
I
it's-
watched the video.
It's not on the video, Judge.
That's not what you asked. You said, isn't it true on the video you saw X? So that question, the objection to that question is sustained. Ask another question.
All right, now, did you say that you didn't recall any conversation with Mr. Farrell, the arresting officer, on July 15th?
No.
You don't recall that? Okay, fair enough. You were asked some questions about the tax collector's office, I believe. Council asked some questions. And you saw a video approximately 2:19, and depicting Mr. Reyes filming the tax collector's office. Do you recall, first question, you recall that portion from the video?
I do.
Okay, did anybody tell Mr. Reyes that he wasn't allowed to do that?
Objection, calls for use.
If you know.
I wouldn't know.
And based on your viewing of the video, you identified the town, I'm sorry, to get the name right, Judge, the tax collector's office, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and when you viewed the video, did anybody come out and tell Mr. Reyes to stop filming the tax collector's office?
I wouldn't know. I was in my office.
Okay, so you weren't even there at that point? Okay. Did you get any complaints from the tax collector's office that Mr. Reyes busted in and interfered with their conducting business?
Objection, calls for hearsay outside of scope of direct relevancy.
Would be effect on the listener, Your Honor. If she got a complaint, she would have to act on a complaint.
The objection is sustained.
May I preserve the record then, Your Honor? The question I'm asking is designed to determine whether or not she was.
Whether or not the tax collector makes complaints to the town clerk?
Whether the tax collector, an area where my client filmed peacefully, resulted in a complaint to the witness who's on the stand testifying for the purposes of whether she received the complaint, not the words in the complaint, which would be hearsay. That's for the record.
I state maintains its three grounds for the admissibility of this, for the objection of the statement.
The objection is sustained. Continue to cross-examination, please.
You identified a sign on the wall at the tax collector's office when you were asked by counsel after you were shown the tax collector's office, a portion of the video. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And it said, no cell phones at the counter. Is that what your interpretation of the sign was?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall whether anybody in the tax collector's office had a cell phone?
I wouldn't know.
Do you have a sign that says no cell phones at the counter in the town clerk's office?
We have one by the wall.
Okay, is that prominently displayed for the public to see? Okay, and there were people in the town clerk's office on July 15, 2021 with cell phones, correct, outside of Mr. Reyes?
Objection, how would you know that?
If you know.
Foundation.
If you know the answer to that question. He's
I
saying, what are you?
We don't have a sign at the counter. We have a sign going into the wall.
So that sign on the vault, it pertains to cell phone usage in the office or inside the vault?
Inside the wall.
Now, when Mr. Reyes enters your office, after he opens the door, what part of the office would he have been in?
Foyer.
Okay, and do you know how far away, if you can tell, how far away the counter is from the foyer?
It borders it.
It borders it?
Borders it.
I'm sorry, I'm not getting this.
Board,
Borders it, it's
The
like
answer is
at the end of,
it
you walk
borders.
in the foyer and there's.
Oh, I see, okay. So, would you have to take a few steps to get from the entryway of the door to the counter?
Yeah.
How many do you think, if you know?
I think we have like 6 feet, maybe, something
6
like
feet?
that.
Okay. And do you know whether or not the visitor entry policy contained in Exhibit 6 prohibits anybody from filming in the office foyer?
Just not across the counter.
So then, your understanding of Exhibit 6, the visitor and entry policy, your understanding is that somebody could film from the foyer, but not across the counter?
Now, if he stood at the counter looking out, he could video that.
So if Mr. Reyes came into the clerk's office, by the way, he never made it to the counter, correct?
No.
So if Mr. Reyes did make it to the counter, he turned his back around, and then he filmed everything, your view is that he could do that because that's filming the foyer?
Correct.
There's nothing in the policy that says where somebody who wants to stand and film the foyer has to do that with his back towards the counter, is there?
No.
Now, when you were in the clerk's office, I think we had a line of questioning that dealt with who was speaking to who in the office. And I asked you, was Mr. Reyes ever involved in speaking with Mr. Janusa? Do you recall that?
He did speak with them.
Yeah, you
And I
remember.
was with him, yeah.
Okay. And what about you? Did you speak with him?
With
To who?
Mr. Reyes?
Mr. Reyes, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Okay. And who did Mr. Reyes start speaking with first? You or Mr. Janusa?
probably Mr. Jesus.
And that's because you're behind the counter, at least a few steps. And the first encounter between you and Mr. Reyes is you using your voice, carrying words to reach Mr. Reyes, correct?
Objection.
I came out.
This is all captured on the video. And it's,
It's the question I asked her to confirm what I saw in the video, that the first time, before I see her, I hear her. Is that the question?
That, and also I think that the line of questioning is designed because we're dealing with creating a public disturbance case, which does in some sense link up to noise and loudness, that there would be a reason for the question because if she's behind the counter.
I'm not necessarily, I was asking, a question right now is, asking her to comment on whether or not I heard her voice before I saw her face.
Yes.
You can answer that question, Ben.
I did speak from the other side of the counter first.
And you didn't whisper to him, right?
No.
You had to have, correct. So you had to use a voice loud enough so that he would hear you. That was your intention, correct?
Correct.
And there were people in the office at that time, correct?
Correct.
And what about Mr. Janusa? Could you hear him from where you were standing, talking to Mr. Reyes when you were behind the counter?
I don't recall.
Was Mr. Janusa being loud with Mr. Reyes?
I don't recall. I was concentrating on my own situation.
All right, hold on. It's 4:32. We are going to be on. Unless you're wrapping up, we're going to begin on Monday.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I assume you are not wrapping. So we will begin on Monday.
Yes, sir.
Monday's docket, I haven't looked at it, but generally speaking, we're usually in fairly good shape. Do you have anything we're looking at Monday?
It's pretty bad.
The reason why is there's 33 matters, but that's on Judge Pavi's side. So I'm showing 74 plus 14 on the end of it. We should be in fairly good shape. Those extra 33 cases are Judge Pavi's.
Okay.
That's how I'm reading it. So We should be in fairly good shape to start as close to 2:15 as possible, so we'll continue with that schedule. I don't want to be overly optimistic that we'll start any earlier than that, but 2:15 would be the target start time, and we'll go right to 4:30 again.
2:15?
2 o'clock, council has been super great about being here on time and settling in and giving the media a chance to set up, and then we start 2:15. So,
2:15.
Dan, you are not done with your testimony, so you'll be back on the scene at that time on Monday, okay? Okay, anything further? I appreciate.
Judge, there is
Tracy.
I did inquire, based on my reminder, I know the court had a copy of my January 17th motion to eliminate. I tried to make sure the clerk had them also, the follow the procedure, she copies them and gives them to you. But I inadvertently only gave you a copy of the January 17th motion.
I'll have to, I assume I get things, they're courtesy copies and the clerk has the original.
That was my intention, but I lost
Okay,
it.
so we'll, if you have to print another one, if I have it, we'll, no harm, no foul.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Anything further? I appreciate everybody's diligence in this. We'll see you on Monday.
Have a good weekend.
All right, good night, Mr. Johnson.
All right, y'all. We're just gonna go straight into day 5.
That may be, so am I. But on that day, on the 15th of July, 2021.
To avoid this just getting out of hand, he's gonna end up suing everybody.
You're offering for the truth.
I'm offering for the effect on the listener, Your Honor, to
How
tell
so?
you. I'm gonna tell you.
Now's a good time.
The only thing that separates her conduct with Mr. Reyes on July 21st and June 10th, 2021 is Mr. Janus.
Yeah, but he's not, like I said, if he would go down there and start kicking garbage cans and throwing shit out, I'd great, because I'd pound on him and lock him up, but I can't do that. And he's not that type of kid. He's very cordial. He's very cordial, he's very polite.
Okay,
he's
but why
very
does he have to film that?
All right, we're back in session. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Absolutely. Please be seated. A large case there, Tracy.
Yes, it's bigger.
Okay, so this is a continuation of the matter of State versus Reyes. We left off on Friday with a witness on the stand mid cross-examination. I see her present in our courtroom. So we're going to resume where we left off on Friday. We will go today until 4:30. Mr. Recorder, Madam Clerk, if we start now, let me know if you think you need a break. We just had a break. I'd like to go right to 4:30 if possible to try and maximize the time that we have because we're starting a little late. But let me know. We will take a recess if we need a break. Okay. So with that being said, we'll resume tomorrow, as always, as soon as we possibly can upon the completion of my daily docket. And we will continue to do that until we are wrapped up. I appreciate the fact that the media is able to set up so quickly. It's, I mean, from my perspective, it's pretty impressive. It probably is easier than I think it is, but it looks like it happens pretty quickly and efficiently, so I appreciate every step of the way you guys have been very cooperative. I appreciate it. With that being said,
Did the housekeeping matter?
oh, we have a housekeeping matter.
Yes, I had just a couple. I mean, I have a motion eliminated. I thought the clerk didn't have. I think Your Honor instructed to provide a copy. That's the January 17th motion eliminate. Here it is, Madam Clerk. Thank you so much. And then during the cross-examination of this witness.
Seeker? Yes, this is Attorney Seeker.
Yes,
Attorney Seeker.
During the cross-examination of this witness, there's a motion eliminated with respect to Officer Cantor Ginsey and his body cam. I'm assuming, and it's up to you, that like some of the other videos, in the interest of saving time, maybe 8 to 10 minutes of video, I would like to cross-examine Ms. Geiger on the basis of interaction she had on that day with Mr. Cantabisi, who body handwriting.
So normally what we do in a jury trial is, at that point, you would ask her questions about what her recollection of any statement she made at that particular time was, and if there was, you thought something inconsistent in her answer here with what she said on the record in video, then she'd be confronted with that inconsistency, right? So what you're suggesting is, as we've done with the other videos,
Yes, sir.
play the video, and then you would ask her questions about it.
I think it will go a lot faster.
And it's essentially, it's consistent with what we've done, Attorney Alexander. What do you think?
That's fine.
That's what we shall do, okay?
Thank you.
All right. So with that being said, ma'am. I'm gonna remind you that you're still under oath, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Your signature witness.
Good afternoon, David Snyder. On Friday, I think we left off with a question about some interaction that occurred in your office that involved Mr. Janusa and Mr. Reyes and yourself. And I think the last question might have been pertaining to Mr. Janusa. So just for the record, he's the security guard, correct, that was on. And I think my question I wanted to ask was Mr. Janusa getting loud in the office on the 15th of 2021?
Objection, all this.
I will allow it, but certainly for the record, you know that I've seen the full video. I've seen everything Attorney Mr. Janusa said at the video. I'm able to recollect what he said, how he appeared. So
I appreciate it.
what she thinks is not relevant to my final decision. But if it's an introductory part of the question, you can get to a separate inquiry, I'll allow it.
I'm gonna go quickly, but just for the record, there's a relationship between where the things are said and what's being.
I will allow it. It's kind of cool.
Thank you, Aaron. So Phil was getting loud in the office when he was interacting with Mr. Reyes on the 15th of July, 2021, correct?
At the end.
Okay, but he was loud at some point. Okay, and did he disturb any of your customers that day? Phil.
Objection. How would you know that?
Oh, she can observe. I can reformulate the question if you want.
Well, how is Mr. Truce is not on trial here, how is whether or not he, alarmed the customers have anything to do with what this case is?
I don't want to disclose my strategy, but it's so weak, I'll disclose it anyways. You can't just simply thrust someone into a loud, boisterous, and annoying conversation if you're a public official and then hang it on the guy who gets arrested. So my point is the video.
You're saying it was a partnership.
Correct, and it was precipitated by conversations that were started, and therefore it goes directly to the creating public disturbance.
Okay. I will allow it for that purpose, ma'am.
Thank you.
Can we ask a question?
Are we able to observe any of your customers getting annoyed or alarmed when Mr. Janusa got loud?
I didn't see them.
If you recall anybody at the counter turning their head when Mr. Janusa was raising his voice, telling Mr. Reyes, hey, you don't understand what she's saying, you have to get out of here? Do you remember that?
I saw one individual.
Okay, and that individual was reacting to the loudness of Mr. Janusa, is that correct?
Objection, how would you know?
Exactly.
Yes, she knows.
That goes down, you just tried to make the point it's a partnership, right?
Yes.
So now you're trying to pin that on one guy, what you said you should be doing.
Did you observe anybody turn their head after Mr. Janusa was loud in the office?
Not them specifically.
Okay. And I think that you asked some questions before about where Mr. Reyes' camera was when you were speaking with him. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
When he was talking to you? And where was this camera?
In front of his face.
Okay, and I think you thought that was rude, correct?
I did.
Why?
You want to have a conversation with someone and you speak to them directly.
Well, he was filming, wasn't
Yes, but you could lower it.
he? So you wanted him to lower the camera while he was filming in the town hall because you thought that was rude, correct?
I did.
There's no policy that permits you to prohibit somebody from filming because you think they're rude, correct?
I didn't ask.
That's already now.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Was it the location of his camera that you took offense to?
Not specifically.
Okay. What about with respect to concerns about filming in the office? Did he ever shove the camera in your face?
In my face?
Yeah.
No.
Did he shove the camera in Mr. Janusa's face?
No.
And did you ever observe Mr. Reyes raise his camera over his head and point it over the counter?
I don't recall.
Now, one of the things that you did was join Phil Janusa in blocking Mr. Reyes' camera, correct?
Not specifically, I can.
Okay. Do you recall putting your hands in front of Mr. Reyes' camera?
My hand was there to, not specifically for the camera,
Well, what was it there specifically for then?
for his presence, so he couldn't move forward.
Okay, so you were blocking him from moving forward with your hands, is that correct? And did part of that have to do with you blocking his camera view as well?
He would, if it was in his face.
Okay. So part of the policy, I think, includes if somebody takes an issue with not being able to film, that they're free to contact the city attorney and ask any questions. Is that what the policy says?
Yes.
And did you tell Mr. Reyes at any time, sir, if you have an issue with this, go talk to the state, go talk to the city attorney? Did you give him that option?
It's exactly a yes or no, but it's a longer answer than that.
If you can answer.
But I'd have to say no.
And I think your earlier testimony was Mr. Reyes never made it to the counter, correct?
Oh.
So when the policy that we've seen in Exhibit 2 and 5, I believe, when it says there's no filming that should occur at the counter, that wasn't your concern, right? Because he never made it to the counter.
No, because he wasn't supposed to be there.
Okay. So basically, he's not supposed to be there and he's filming, and for that reason, you tell him, hey, you have to leave. Pretty much. Correct?
Basically, because he didn't have any business in the office.
Okay. He did ask you about some FOIA requests, correct?
Correct.
And there's some disagreement as to whether or not the clerk's office had such FOIA requests. You were telling him that he didn't have them, and he disagreed with you, correct?
Correct.
Did he do so in a loud and boisterous manner?
Objection on that, Your Honor.
This is directly to the
This page speaks for itself.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, allow the question.
I can't tell because I don't know how he speaks normally.
Okay. One of the things that you said was that he didn't have a form, a visitor form that concerned you, correct? Okay. And on July 15th, the form that you were concerned about him not having, what did it look like?
It's a visitor pass.
So it's not a form, it's a visitor pass?
Visitor pass.
Okay. And the policy, however, talks about a form, correct? If you know.
I just know it's a visitor, to me, it was a visitor pass.
Okay. So we didn't have a visitor, and when you say visitor pass, are you talking about one of those big red things that says visitor? It looks sort of like one of those no trespassing signs you buy in Home Depot, but only it's red, it says visitor on it?
Yes.
That we're talking about? And did all the other people in your office that day have visitor passes?
Yes, because they have to sign in and get one, because we had a limit on how many individuals were allowed in our office.
Okay, so just to be clear, do you have any recollection or did you have any personal observation that everybody in your office that day who was required to have one, had a visitor pass?
Yes, but we would ask them if they had one.
I'm asking you, man, not a general rule. I'm asking you, do you have any recollection? Were you involved in determining whether or not people that visited your office on that day had visitor passes?
I'm not always in the front office.
So that's a no, correct?
I don't know at what point if I was there or if I wasn't there, I don't recall.
That may be. Your recollection as you sit here today, were you involved in checking people that came into your office those big visitor passes, the red ones?
When I'm in the front office, yes.
Okay, did you do it with everybody in the office at the time Mr. Reyes was in there or shortly before that?
I don't recollect how long I was in the front office. when he was there.
Okay. On this day, do you remember anyone else besides Mr. Reyes not having a visit?
Thank you. Just gonna take exhibit 2 and 5 if I can.
This is 5.
This is 5. It's the other policy with the Danburys. I think it's.
Is it attached?
Okay, now, you've seen these before, I'm just gonna place before you the full exhibit with the state's exhibit and 2 and exhibit 5, correct? Now, I noticed that the exhibit 5 doesn't contain the seal of Danbury on the top of it, correct?
Correct.
So how do you know that the policy that's contained in exhibit 5 is an actual policy from the city of Danbury?
These policies were generated by the administration.
Do you know who generated it?
Well, they usually had email with attachments, need for attachments.
There's no effective date on exhibit 5, correct?
Correct.
So do you have any information as you sit here today to confirm the date upon which that particular policy in exhibit 5 was actually enforced?
Not without the front email.
The front email, but you don't have it. And you don't recall the date yourself.
No.
And then with the same thing with respect to the other exhibit, exhibit 2. Take a look at exhibit 2, the policy with the city seal on top of it. It says there's in the second bullet point there, I just draw your pen, may I approach it? Here. I think it's, with respect to filming, that's the third paragraph under the red lettering in this exhibit that talks about filming. It says that the city, basically it's a rule pertaining to filming. Would you agree with me on that?
The second bullet point, you said?
Yes, under that section.
Yes.
And it says persons filming otherwise engaged in activity other than accessing a business office may do so upon notification to the security guard on duty and may thereafter conduct such activity respectfully in the public hallways and foyers. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, with respect to notification of the security guard, did Mr. Reyes, to your knowledge, notify the security guard that he was going to be filming?
Objection, foundation.
You know?
If you know that.
I do not know.
And with respect to the exhibit, again, exhibit 5, do you know whether the language in that section was ever supplemented by another policy? If you know, if you don't know, you can go through it.
We had so many.
You had too many. And I can understand, a little confusing. I'm going to just draw your attention to both Exhibit 5 and Exhibit 2. And in Exhibit 5, the same language that's contained in Exhibit 2 that we just spoke about pertaining to filming, it begins, the city reserves the right to prohibit or limit such activity. Do you remember that language in Exhibit 2? In Exhibit 2 is the one with the seal on it.
Oh. Could you repeat the question?
Yes, ma'am.
I have the wrong one.
It's my fault. In Exhibit 2, drawing your attention to that under the filming part of the policy there, is a sentence that begins, the city reserves the right to prohibit or limit such activity. And can you continue on from there?
Where concerns exist involving disruption of public safety or where the city hall building needs policy is more appropriate.
Okay, correct. And then in Exhibit 5, is that the same policy case? Because your testimony, that's the same policy as the one with the seal on it, Exhibit 5 and 2?
Has an addition to it.
Yes, and that addition is, in Exhibit 5, unlike in Exhibit 2, there's some language there that states where overriding need or concerns exist involving disruption of public safety, correct?
You want to point out which?
Yes, ma'am, in Exhibit 5. The difference in the language is the words overriding need, correct?
Which paragraph?
That would be the third paragraph, end of the first sentence.
That states for business visit.
It says the city reserves the right to prohibit or limit such activity where overriding need or concerns exist involving disruption, correct?
Okay.
And that's different than the language in the policy that's been introduced in Exhibit 2, correct?
Yes.
That language isn't there, correct?
Correct.
So can you tell by those two policies which came first?
Not without referring to emails.
Okay, and did you refer to those emails on the day that Mr. Reyes came to your office when you were enforcing the policy?
Would have depended on what policy was in effect at that point.
It's a good point. Do you know which one was in effect that day?
I can't now without seeing it.
Could you determine that on the 15th of July?
I would have,
Did you?
well, when I spoke of it, that was because I knew which policies were in effect at that point.
And which policy was in effect?
I can't refer to that now.
Okay, what about on the 15th?
I would have.
And you would have. You would have done a lot of things, I understand, and my question is, did you do that on the 15th of July? Did you determine which policy was in effect then?
As I stated, I would have had that policy would have been the one that was present at that point.
And which one was present at that point?
I can tell you right now because I don't have the email that's pre-approved.
Okay, so you don't know now, correct, which one was in place, and you didn't check your email on July 15th before the interaction with Mr. Reyes, correct?
Objection, that's a compound.
It's the same. Did you check your email with respect to the effective dates of any policies that were in effect the day Mr. Reyes came into your office on July 15th?
Objection, that's the answer.
Well, let's have the answer for once and for all.
Did you check the email to determine which one was effective?
I would have known on a given day what policy was in effect on that day.
That's been her answer.
That's your answer. On that specific day, how did you know?
Because we received regular emails from the mayor's office and HR on what policies were in effect.
But your earlier testimony was that the way to determine the effective date, the only way you could do that was to check your email. That was your earlier testimony, wasn't it?
In this argument, objection.
That question was asked and answered, but she had asked you if that was your prior testimony. You said you had to check your emails to know which policy was in effect and then you could do that.
Yes, it does, yeah, I would say that.
That's her answer.
Thank you. And then again, with respect to the policy contained in Exhibit 5, I'm sorry, just one moment, Judge. With Exhibit 5, it says anyone filming in the second paragraph, anyone filming otherwise engaging in activity other than accessing the business office of the building may do so upon notification of security guard on duty and complete a visitor form. You see that language now? On the policy that was maybe effective on the day of July 15th? That would be Exhibit 5, the white one without the seal.
The first, which paragraph?
Second paragraph, end of the second sentence, beginning of the third sentence.
And your question is?
My question is, do you see the language where it says and completes a visitor form? Okay. What does a visitor form refer to?
I would interpret that they signed in properly downstairs and were given a visitor pass.
Okay, so
I think they interact form pass.
fair. But on those big visitor passes, like the no trespassing size, it's like 8.5 by 11. They're red, correct?
Mhm.
And do they contain any place where you can write anything on them?
No.
And do they contain any information that would allow you to confirm whether somebody signed in downstairs?
What confirmed it was they wouldn't have one because they were kept in a Pendaflex file and they were not given one until they signed it.
So then would be your testimony that anybody who was in town hall that day must have signed in if they've had a visitor's pass, correct? And would it be your testimony if they didn't sign in, they wouldn't have a visitor's pass?
Correct.
Okay. And the words are different in Exhibit 5 from Exhibit 2 with respect to that, right? If you go back to that second bullet point, it just says, I'm referring to Exhibit 2, upon notification to the security guard on duty and may thereafter conduct activity respectfully. Do you remember that language?
Mhm.
And there's no mention of a form there, correct?
These would have been posted in the offices after they had already been downstairs.
Well,
Yeah, I'm gonna cut that, I'm gonna ask you, this question specifically, there's no mention of the form. There's no mention of a form in that particular part, that's all the questions.
and then, wasn't Mr. Janusa's problem with not letting Mr. Reyes up the stairs on the 20th of June because he didn't have a form? Or no, pardon me, let me rephrase it. On July 15th, 2021, wasn't Mr. Janusa's problem with Mr. Reyes, not that he didn't sign in because he got upstairs, wasn't his problem that he didn't fill out a form?
Objection.
If you know.
Just a stated objection, it's irrelevant what she thinks is a problem.
Okay. Do you know what the form looked like on July 20th, or July 15th, 2021?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you know whether the form was something you had to fill out?
Objection asked and answered.
I'm trying to think.
If you know.
If you know.
They're contracting form and pass, so they were kind of one and the same.
So that's good. So your testimony is that reference to a form is the same thing as reference to the pass, or what we refer to as the visitor's pass, the hall pass.
No, her testimony is you're directing the words form and pass.
That's why I'm asking her. Are you making the same egregious error that Attorney Seeger's making in assuming that form means the same thing as pass?
Objection to the form.
No,
Okay, so then, is there a form that's separate from the pass to your knowledge?
no.
Okay, so they're one and the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I think you testified earlier on direct and cross about the counter in your office and about filming over the counter. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
And you had some earlier testimony that pertained to the layout of your office, correct? Okay. Just have to get some exhibits here.
I'm going to take these back to the witness has.
I'm sorry? Yes, yes. And then I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as defense exhibit A. You take a look at that?
I don't think it's a full exhibit.
It's not, it's for ID.
Just let the record be clear.
Is that an accurate depiction of the layout of your office as pertains to the front counter?
Yeah, just the camera.
Just the counter. So we're referring just to the counter for the time being. Do you recognize that to be the counter in your office?
Yeah.
The same counter that was in your office on July 15th, 2021? Okay, and that shows us the height of the counter and the place over which Mr. Reyes is expected not to film, correct?
Correct.
Okay, Judge, I move that in as a full exhibit.
Is that her?
Let me see if this one.
I'm sorry, Your Honor? A.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may. Watch out for the wire.
Yeah, I'll go on the other way. Looking at defendant exhibit A for ID only, you can't tell from this photograph the exact height of the counter, can you?
No.
You know the height of individuals within that picture, correct? You can't tell the height of the individuals.
No.
You know, I'm going to object that if the court is going to allow it with that qualification, also note that this is rather chilling to be part and parcel of the video.
I'm going to overrule the objection, allow it to be marked as a full exhibit for the defense.
Thank you,
It is a fair and accurate representation of the counter area, specifically the counter area in the entire office. And this is also with, as far as saying, similar to the Island Audit question.
And now, is there a glass partition in your, on your counter? When people come up, is there a glass partition there?
Not a full petition, no.
Okay. Is there any glass partition there? Plastic, anything like that?
It was a temporary install.
Okay, was that there on the 15th of July, 2021?
I remember when they installed.
Okay, fair enough. And taking a look at full exhibit A, we don't see any signs that say anything about filming or the policies that we have in front of us in exhibit 2 and 5. Are they posted anywhere in that exhibit there?
No, my counter.
Okay, and they weren't posted on your counter on the 15th, correct?
No.
Okay. Let me show you what's been pre-marked as defense exhibit B, which is a different shot of the counter. Can you take a look at that, man?
Just want to say thank you for the super chat. It's really appreciated. Yeah. Hold on. Let me. Is it Lane? Is that how you say? Lane. Just want to say thank you. Lane Harris. Berlin. Thank you. Thank you.
And I think in your earlier testimony, you indicated that when a person comes in through the foyer, your counter extends longer than the distance between the opening of the door and the foyer. It actually goes, if you're looking outside the foyer, it extends.
I said Lynn, right? I hope I said Lynn and not Lane. I think I said Lane, but I meant Lynn.
Further to the right, correct?
To the left.
So if you're looking out the door, it would extend to the right. If you're looking in the door, it would go to your left, correct?
Reverse than what you're showing?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, so if he had his back to the counter, then it would be to the right.
So that individual is traveling along the counter to the left, correct?
Correct.
And he's traveling towards the balance of the counter and through a door that gets him behind the counter, correct?
Well, it's not actually set up that way.
Okay, well, I'm just asking, is he going in the right direction following along the counter?
Is that part of the identification still?
Yes, it is.
It's a very accurate representation
Well, that's why
of the counter.
I'm confused. I thought she said it's not exactly the way it is. I mean, I don't want to mislead anybody, but that's a fair and accurate description.
Ends, this is something, a different.
But the part of the counter that particular photo is showing, that's your office, right?
This is B, this is different.
Yes. Is that a fair and accurate representation of that part of the counter?
Correct, but not the extension.
Yeah.
Okay, we can get to the extension, but I'd move it in on that basis, John.
Raise that.
You know, the same count, you can't tell the height of the counter based on the photo, right? No objection. You gotta understand it.
Fully, thank you, Aaron. And I'm going to show you again what's been marked as defense exhibit C. And that's the same gentleman that's walking in exhibit B and he's walking towards the door to get behind your counter, correct?
Correct.
And to the right of him, there's a partition, isn't there?
Correct.
And do you know how high that partition is?
I would only be guessing.
If Mr. Reyes stood in front of that partition and had his camera in front of his face, could he film behind the counter from there?
Objection, foundation.
If you know,
He had it in front of his face?
Yeah.
Yeah, he could see
he
over.
could film right through that wall where the computers are?
Yes.
That's a fair and accurate description of the direction he's traveling the counter on July 15th, correct?
Yes.
I didn't put it on that basis.
Any objection, Attorney Senator? Full exhibit.
And then Exhibit D, Defense Exhibit D, for ID only at this point, man. There's a photocopy machine depicted in that picture, and that photocopy machine is across from two computers. Do you notice that?
Yes.
And that photocopy machine and the computers are part of your office, correct?
Yes.
Is that public space? Is that where people, your customers come in to do work?
Yes.
And they have to pay for that photocopying to do, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that's there for the public to use, correct?
Yes.
I would move it on the same basis.
How many of those do we have? We showed Attorney Senator all.
I showed them all. I was gonna do it all at once, but I showed Attorney Zedner, and I actually, like, a busybody actually marked the exhibits.
Do we have objections to the photos coming in as fair and accurate depictions of the office?
No.
They can all be marked as full exhibits, and you can ask questions from the exhibits.
Thank you.
That settles the problem with foundation.
Thank you. And then,
I mean, what's there that we front of me when I deliberate, I'll be able to see what it is.
thanks, sir. Exhibit E, which was marked for ID, but I believe is coming in as a full exhibit now. That's a picture of somebody entering the door to get behind your counter, correct?
Correct.
And again, we see the computers and the photocopy machine in that picture, right?
Yeah.
So you enter from the public space into the private space to get you behind your counter, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Reyes never went behind that counter that day, right?
I don't know.
Okay, you wouldn't let him. Fair enough. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit F. Again, the same gentleman now through the door at the end of the counter, and he's walking towards the back of your office, correct?
Correct.
And to his right, what do we see there?
There's a refrigerator.
Pardon me?
There's a refrigerator there.
Okay, and in terms of where he's walking, is he walking in the direction of your desk at that point?
There's a staff desk, and my office is on the left hand.
Okay. He looks like he's walking towards the back wall, correct?
Correct.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just going to show you what's been marked as G. And again, that same individual is now passing a printer. And in front of the individual, there's a desk at the back wall, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Reyes filmed that desk at the back wall to the gentleman's left in that exhibit from where he was in the
Behind
front?
the counter?
Yes.
She already has testimony, he can get behind the counter.
I'm not saying he can get behind the counter. She said the concern was him filming private documents behind her.
Where he was.
Correct. So he couldn't film anything on that desk from his position in the foyer that day, correct? Yeah, from where he was.
Not that particular desk, no.
Okay, fair enough. So we know he can't film that desk. And you don't know what it is.
That would be her opinion.
That would be your opinion. Your opinion is you couldn't film that desk. And you don't recall whether there's any private documents on that particular desk on July 15th, 2021, do you?
I have no idea.
Okay, all right. And then Exhibit H, just to get the perspective of what's along the back wall. The gentleman passes or is walking in the direction past the first desk at the back wall, and there's yet another desk, correct?
Correct.
And same question. Mr. Reyes couldn't film that desk from where he was located in the foyer the day that he was encountered by Mr. Janusin and yourself, could he?
Not that particular, not the first desk, no.
Okay. And what about the second?
You can see it.
Okay. Could he film it from there? Could he film private documents on that desk?
You could film the computer screen.
Okay. I'm asking about private documents. Could he film the private documents?
Not if they're flat on the desk, no.
And you usually put private documents up on an easel on desks, or they usually flat on
Be
desks?
on the screen.
It could be, but the policy doesn't respect computer screens, it respects documents, correct?
Sustained.
Let me show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit I. Draw your attention to that second desk. The computer screens you're talking about, aren't the edges of the computer screen facing the foyer?
Which one are you talking about? The one that,
Desk number 2, you said you could film the computer screen.
so you're coming around
Well,
that way, or you're talking about the foyer that's in
Yeah,
front of it?
I don't want you to be confused, so I'll try my best. Where Mr. Reyes was on the 15th of July, 2021, we know he didn't get up to the counter, so he's somewhere behind in the foyer, correct? Between the opening of the door and the counter, fair enough? So your testimony was that he could have filmed what's on the computer screens on the second desk, even though he probably couldn't get the first desk, correct? Objection. That was your testimony?
That's what she stopped him from getting to the.
I'm not on that. We know where Mr.
Maybe I'm not.
Oh, well then if you're on that, let me try to explain.
So the prior testimony was he was stopped from getting to the counter.
Correct.
Right. Your question is, he wasn't able to film from the counter.
Oh, my question is, he wasn't able to film from where he was stopped, because he never made it to the counter.
Are these his pictures?
I'm sorry, there's no question pending, I'll have to ask again, I apologize. Is there any further inquiry?
I will allow that question.
Okay, so you said that there was a possibility that Mr. Reyes on the 15th of July, 2021, from where he was located in your office, Mr. Janusz and yourself, could have filmed what's on the computer screen in the second desk at the back wall. That was your testimony, correct?
Objection, it calls for speculation.
That does call.
I'm asking about a testimony on it, for the record. Was that, I'm not giving an answer to that, she just testified to it.
Did you have her answer that point? That question right now is calling, all of these questions call for speculation. It's the first speculation objection I've got.
Okay. The computer screens that were on the second desk, the edges of those screens are facing the foyer, correct?
Objection, that's not answering.
You're familiar with the content or the
I
layout?
will allow you to ask the question, but if you're asking to speculate as to whether or not he's able at his height and where he was specifically in the foyer, the video behind the counter, it's going to speculate. Okay.
So the edges of the computers on the second desk face the foyer, correct?
The foyer that when you're coming around from this direction?
I come in the front door of your clerk's office and I happen to see the second desk way back at the back wall.
I see that.
The computer screens, the edge of the computer screen is what's facing the foyer, correct?
That, yes,
It's not the flat part of the screen, correct?
not unless they flex them, because they're flexible.
Sure, okay, but that's where they face, correct? The edge faces the door, correct?
When they're not flexible.
Do you know whether on the 15th of July 2021, the computer screens on the back desk were flexed?
No idea.
If at all, if you know at all.
No, I don't.
Okay, so would it be fair to say then that wouldn't have posed any concern to you with respect to filming what's on the computer screen because you didn't even check, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit J. And in that exhibit, you're sitting at a chair at a desk, correct?
Correct.
And there's a computer in front of you, and it's got a screen, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, that screen's facing you, correct? You weren't concerned that Mr. Reyes could film what's on a screen, the back of which is facing the foyer on July 15th, 2021, were you?
Objection.
Goes to concern.
How is, whether or not the conduct of Mr. Reyes was violative of the policy, how is any of these questions proving that or disproving it? How is it relevant to the inquiry? The open issue is whether or not the conduct of Mr. Reyes on the day in question was violative of the policy.
Well, if it was impossible, it would be relevant. Secondly, Ms. Geigler and Mr. Janusa are enforcing the policy for which we've been educated.
From getting to the counter.
They've stopped them from getting to the counter.
So with that being said, and I think she said that, how does any inquiry as to whether or not from where he was standing, he was able to get to the counter now? He was stopped before getting to the counter.
It's not, just for the record, it's not about him getting, we already know.
It's about whether or not he violated the
Whether he
policy.
was by filming the words across
Policy
the
was he's
counter.
not allowed to film over the counter. And the testimony is that they stopped him from getting to the counter to safeguard him from filming over the counter. And I know that the video tells me that the response is, eyes don't trespass, right? What I see here is what the camera's picking up.
Okay.
So how is whether or not he could pick up, her speculating whether or not he could pick up information from where he was relevant to whether or not he was in violation or working toward being in violation of the policy.
Would I get in trouble if I said you really wanted me to answer that question? Your Honor?
I want you to continue with this.
I'm gonna go by quickly, but I'm sure the state's gonna claim at some point that that's what it means. That the eyes can't lie isn't a First Amendment right that people champion. That's filming over the counter. And they tie that up with documents.
Continue with regards to him.
So again, in Exhibit 5, that shows the perspective of the back desk, and you're on the telephone in that exhibit, and in front of you, if you turned your head to the left, that would be the foyer, correct?
Yeah, to look forward.
Yeah. And then Exhibit K, same thing, that's a closer shot. Same direction, you're looking in the same direction. If you turned your head to the left, that would be the direction of the foyer.
No, I turn my head straight.
Straight, okay. Okay, fair enough. And then let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit L. Do you remember in Exhibit L, you're depicted there on the left-hand side? Do you remember if you were talking to Sergeant Cantravisi on that day?
I wouldn't know the name of the officer,
Okay.
but I did talk to him.
That was the day that you talked to an officer. Fair enough. And then Exhibit M, that's the foyer of your office, correct?
Right.
And so if my back was to the counter, I would see at least partially what's depicted in that exhibit, correct?
Correct.
Okay, do you see any signs on the door in that picture that pertain to filming?
You don't post on the door, you post on our glass.
Okay, you're pointing to a sign in Exhibit M, talking about what you post on the glass. Is that the filming policy that's posted on the glass in that exhibit?
That time I don't recall.
So you're saying that at the time of Exhibit M, you don't recall whether or not that would have been either of the policies that were posted?
Can I see the exhibit?
Yeah.
What are you asking to comment on this picture?
The witness pointed in the top left-hand corner for the record, in response to questionings about posted signs, that they post signs on the glass, not on the
So it's
door.
on the glass behind the individual?
Yes, sir. Yes.
I do see two things.
Yeah.
Okay, but you can't read them.
That's why I'm asking her. Can she recognize them as the policies contained in Exhibit 5 or 2?
You know what those papers are in that picture, which it shows them posting on the opposite side where the camera has the picture?
You know, the only one I can confirm for sure is the hours.
Okay,
You know, I would also know on M and N, M is
Oh,
Mary.
check. He can take this.
Well, are you objecting to the question?
Does he want to get in the box and testify here?
Enough,
I mean,
enough.
I just want to get this over with.
Do you? So essentially, this is what we're doing. If you object to the question, make an objection. I'm not gonna have you note things for the record until you have a redirect, or if you're making an objection, then you can make an objection.
Okay, my objection is this. On defendant's exhibit M is in Mary, and defendant's exhibit N is in Nancy. There are two different dates on those photos. That's all.
Well, you make an objection that being noted for the record.
Oh, note for the record, and Exhibit N isn't in yet. Having asked this with.
Well, there's all been marked as full exhibits based upon the
Correct.
decision to move along with.
And ma'am, in Exhibit N, you see there's a picture of a gentleman that's going into the front door of the clerk's office. Do you recognize that man?
Yeah.
That's Mr. Pinter, correct?
Correct.
And there's no signs on the door that day on July 15th, correct? Not every one of the policies is posted on the door, correct?
As I stated, I never post on the door.
Fair enough.
So testimony is not posted on the door. Do you have anything to say about whether it's posted on glass?
I can't tell what's on the glass.
That's fine for your age.
Thank you, ma'am. So I'm going to show you what's been marked. There's some earlier testimony that with respect to Exhibit 5, you saw Exhibit 5 on Mr. Januso's desk in the lobby on July 15th. Do you recall that? I can show you Exhibit 5, ma'am, just to make sure. Your earlier testimony that Exhibit 5 was on Mr. Januso's desk on July 15th, 2021. That's the full
Yes.
Okay, and you said it was on his desk and it was facing up, the wording was facing up to the ceiling, correct? You recall that? I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit O. And that's the picture of Mr. Januso's desk on July 15th, 2021, correct?
I don't have it. I don't have it. Never mind.
Well, let the prosecutor, you have it, is that right?
Yes, but I would know the time on the document.
Yeah, you're gonna have an opportunity to do that on redirect. We put them all in this full exhibits. Continue.
Okay, I want to note the time on the document now, ma'am. Now that you know there's a time issue, is there a timestamp on that document, ma'am, on Exhibit O?
10:59,
On what date?
15.
July 2021, correct? Okay, now as you sit here today, looking at that picture, right? You recognize that as Mr. Januso's desk on July 15th, 2021.
I do.
Okay, and you said that the policy in Exhibit 5 was on his desk with the words facing the ceiling, correct?
Correct.
Okay, can you show me in Exhibit O where the policy was?
This is not the angle that we saw it from.
That's fair enough. So you can't see the policy facing upwards with the wording facing the ceiling from Exhibit O, correct?
No.
Okay. Is that because it's not there or because you just can't see it?
Can't see it, it's different angle.
All right, let me show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit P. That's another picture of Mr. Januso's desk on July 15th, 2021, right?
Yes.
Okay, and can you show me in Exhibit P where Exhibit 5, the policy, is on his desk?
Can't see it from that angle.
Can't see from that angle there? Let me give you the Exhibit Q, which is the whole front of the desk. You know that? Can you tell me in Exhibit Q, man, where the policy is on his desk?
It's not from this angle either.
So you can't tell from the angle in either Exhibit O, P, or Q where the was on his desk, correct?
Not from what you're showing me now.
Didn't you say before, ma'am, that the policy was on the left side of his desk facing up?
Yeah, but from a different angle.
Okay, you do see that.
The question, did you say that before?
Okay, okay. And you'll agree that O, P, and Q do depict the left side of Mr. Januso's desk, correct? Okay.
Okay. I'm not allowed, simple rule.
So yes or no.
Wait,
You're not gonna see it from this angle.
So your testimony is that from those pictures of Mr. Januso's desk, I cannot, so nobody could see the policy contained in Exhibit 5 flat on the desk on the left-hand side of Mr. Januso's. Is that your testimony? Fair enough. Do you know an angle from which you might be able to see the document where you saw it?
Yes,
Where would that be?
bigger than the balcony looking down.
Balcony looking down. So if you're looking down from the top of the balcony, do you wear glasses, man?
No,
Would you be able to look from the balcony down to recognize the words on that Exhibit 5?
recognize what it looked like before.
Did you read it?
Objection.
I don't think the testimony is, that's where she saw it that day, Judge Seeger.
Well, I think that is, but I'll ask her, Judge, you may be right. The vantage point from which you saw.
I think that was the answer to your question. At what angle could you see it?
I can ask again.
Why don't you ask her
I'm good, that's what I'm gonna do.
where it was when she saw it?
Do that right now. Are you saying that on July 15th, 2021, that you saw that policy from the balcony on Mr. Judas's desk?
Yes, it's in one of your videos.
So you recognize that policy in the videos?
Standing on that thing in the picture, and you can tell that this is the document.
Okay, do you know where in the video?
And probably where they were taking one of the photos that you had for the 17th, on July 15th.
There. You didn't see this from the balcony, is that your testimony, or you did see it from the balcony?
I can see that
Objection,
form.
that wasn't.
Right. And her testimony, I think, is that she saw it develop. So,
Okay, fair enough.
is that your testimony?
Yeah.
So when you say you testified to the court that you knew it was on his desk that day, when you saw it from above.
Mhm.
Thank you.
And in exhibit Q, you see the front of Phil's desk, too, right? And there's no policy that we see in exhibit 5 or in exhibit 2 posted on the front of the desk or taped to the front of the desk, correct?
No, I don't.
Where somebody could see it?
I don't see them
Okay,
from this.
so people would have to be upstairs in the balcony looking down to see the policy on the desk?
Objection.
Sustain. Sustain, you don't think it.
Okay. Better give these back, I don't lose them. On June 20th, June 20th, that's the first time you met Mr. Reyes? June 2021, I'm sorry.
I don't know that June 20th was the established date.
Is it June 10? I'm sorry, is it June 10?
It was June 10th.
June 10, I'm sorry. Thank you, Council, I appreciate it. On June 10th, 2021, that's the first time you met Mr. Reyes, right?
Correct.
And was he filming on that day?
I don't know.
Was he filming you?
No, I believe that's the day I went down and met him.
Okay. When you say you came down and met him, you met him for the purposes of him serving a legal document, putting the city on notice of a lawsuit?
I'm going to object, this is outside scope. There were no questions explored by the state on the June 10th date.
No, but you did play the video in full for the fact finder, so I will allow the inquiry, but certainly that's not, the conduct, any conduct from that day is not part of the allegations here with regard to the violations.
Well, I don't think the conduct is, but in terms of.
I'm gonna allow you to ask the questions, but certainly.
Can we just queue up the video then, Judge, and play it now, subject to your rule, so I can quickly ask the questions after the video? I don't have to ask, it's not on the video.
Well, she's already seen the video, I mean, she's already seen this video, you wanna ask her the questions, and if she hasn't, you need to confront her with an inconsistent statement, we'll do that.
I would do that, but you haven't seen this video.
Oh, this is a different video.
Yeah, you've seen like little snippets of it.
The last question was about specifically the June 10th interaction where she came down.
That was the question, correct?
That was, so
Yes.
now you haven't referenced any other aspect of it. Is this the interaction with the officer?
Yes.
Why don't you kind of ask her a couple of questions about that as foundation, so I know where you're.
I think you testified earlier, you did speak to an officer on June 10th, 2021, correct?
I thought that was July 15th.
The testimony was, if that's the way you asked it, was the July 15th date.
Okay, so let me ask it to you this way. On June 10th, do you recall being in front of Mr. Reyes and him asking you to take a legal document and have it filed on June 10th, 2021?
Yes, in the lobby.
Correct. It was in the lobby of the city hall, correct? And prior to that time, do you recall speaking with an officer about what Mr. Reyes wanted to do down in the lobby?
Yes.
Do you remember whether or not that officer's name was Officer Cantor Meadsy?
I don't know.
Okay. To refresh your recollection, ma'am, if I played you a videotape of June 10th that depicts you interacting with that officer and ultimately accepting Mr. Reyes' document.
Can you see here, I'm gonna let you play the tape because we've done it for this.
Play.
Whoa. Your question was, do you recall his name? Is that relevant? Sure.
No, I think we'll find out.
You recall speaking to an officer on that day? Okay,
Yeah, that's all.
you can play the tape.
Thank you.
And it will just be subject to the same restriction.
Yes, sir.
Anyone speaking in the video who's not going to be a witness, that will be, that information is hearsay, cannot be considered by me in terms of finding the facts. But if there's any offering of proof that that is an exception to the hearsay rule, any part of it, I will listen.
Peter, is the court inclined to be taking a break for 10 minutes? Because I'm going to cue
If that's what you can do to cue it up,
Yeah, because it's almost, yes,
I would, okay, so it's 4:10.
yes.
How long do you need? Because we're only going until
10 minutes
4:30.
is fine.
10 minutes?
5 minutes is good.
Okay, so why don't we plan on 4:15? If you need more, just let me know. Okay? And we're still going to stand in recess.
All right, correspondent recess. All right, court's back in session.
Ma'am, you can take a stand. Please be seated. It is 4:17, we'll go to about 4:30. My understanding at this point, there's a new video which has not yet been shown to the court. The defense wishes to offer.
That's correct, and just for the record, I believe there was some, because the state played Mr. Reyes' YouTube video, there were some portions of this video very briefly in the lobby, but just, I just don't want to mislead you.
You want to show that, mark it as a full exhibit,
Yes, sir.
and the same motion, yes, it's marked. Oh, that's a problem. That would be, generally speaking, we'll hold up till our clerk returns. Thank you, Madam Clerk. You don't have to stay, like, he's in room, he's not far.
That's a heck of a savior.
Well, I think the clerk makes it right.
That's what I'm here for.
We're gonna have all the fancy equipment.
Yeah. The good news is that the colors are just right, so I don't mess up.
Is it the
The
Cardinals?
awarding of points between the red and the green,
Yeah.
and the high school colors, yeah.
It's not going to high school wrestling.
Because Greenwich is green and Norwalk's,
Yeah.
Greenwich is red and Norwalk's green, so that's why I said to remember.
My apologies, everyone.
So let us know we're back on the record, Mr. Clerk.
All right.
Okay, so it is now about 4:18. The plan has been to go until 4:30 these days. My understanding there is now a video ready to be shown, brief in nature, and you'd like to ask questions concerning the video once it's shown.
That's correct, sir.
And as I indicated before the recess, the same technique we've been using to expedite things as best we can here. This is a full exhibit with the caveat, anything spoken in the video by someone who does not testify is hearsay, therefore the court will disregard that in finding the facts. However, if there's an offer of proof made that whatever you want to be considered is somehow an exception to the hearsay rule, I will hear that at the time. And the purpose, as I indicated earlier in this trial, is that it's an opportunity to expedite versus cutting and pasting and splicing as we go. So with that being said, Tracy, if you want to take place now.
It's just for the court, this is Officer Cantor Meadsy, who was in the previous video. This is his body cam video of June 10th.
From June 10th.
From June 10th.
Thank you, sir.
So basically, I'm here to serve a notice of intent to sue on the town clerk. Was trespassed from the library yesterday. Again, that's
I understand that was
Exactly. And I talked to a lieutenant yesterday. He was like, "I'm glad they didn't arrest you." You know, because this is what I. No, I'm just saying. This is
Right.
what I do.
I know
and
what you do. I don't know why you're in Danbury, but yeah, I know.
Yeah. No, I'm just visiting.
Because you're a New York resident, right?
Yeah. You guys know everything about me, so I don't know why I can't just go
I mean, that's
upstairs.
the first thing I'm dealing with you. But no, let me take a walk up there and I'll see you.
Great.
Hello. What's going on? How you doing?
What does he want?
That guy? He just wants to serve a lawsuit on us. So he wants to serve it to whoever gets served lawsuits.
Jan, let me check next door and I'll.
The only reason he's not being a problem, but he's just not giving us his name. We know who he is. We dealt with him at the library yesterday.
Well, I'm having some trouble hearing you.
Is there a way to
I can turn it up, I'm not sure how.
Yeah, I think it might be echoey at any time, but we can try it. Certainly it wasn't as clear.
Yeah.
I think the nature of body cam. Okay, let's try it again.
Yeah. This is what he does. No, he's a citizen. He's a New York resident. This is what the kid does. He goes all over the East Coast and videotapes.
He's not the wanted guy, is he?
Yeah.
He is.
That's him, Christopher Reyes.
He was in Waterbury.
Yeah.
And he got arrested.
He didn't. Yeah, they shouldn't have. We should. I mean, he's not doing anything illegal. You know what I mean? He's only here to serve papers, I guess, to sue at a police department. But he won't give the security guard his name. I mean, we could, if you want to let him up, do what he's got to do, and then we'll write his name in there when he leaves.
Let me find out next
I don't know.
door.
I don't know where he's got to go.
Yeah,
I don't know where he's got to go, but
let me find out.
you know what I mean? To avoid this just getting out of hand, he's going to end up suing everybody.
He was. Did you see the video in Waterbury?
I didn't see the video, but I
went up to the mayor.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Oh, I got arrested."
Yeah.
The mayor's like, "I'm not the police chief."
Yeah. So I don't have a problem. Like I said, he's a very polite kid. He's not doesn't raise his voice ever. He's just
will be on TikTok. Jesus Christ.
Well, on YouTube. But like I said, he just wants to serve papers. But you know what I mean. Like I said, if you have an issue of his name, we know who he is. So if that's the only thing keeping him from doing what he's got to do.
Remember the video I showed you of the guy auditing O'Leary?
Yeah.
Yep. Now he's downstairs. Oh, really?
So, like I said, we dealt with him at the library yesterday, and they escorted him out of the library, which they really shouldn't have done. But you know what I mean. He doesn't. That's a problem with the kid. He doesn't cause a problem. He's just difficult to deal with.
It's Jan. It's the town clerk, Jan Giegler.
Okay.
Do you want to ask Jan?
Listen, all he wants to
If
do
she's
is
okay with?
all she wants to do is give papers. He's going to probably record it.
Why don't you talk to her?
I'll talk to her.
She's on the second floor. Yeah.
I don't even know if he'll let me escort him up here. You know, I even have offered that to escort the kid up, but I don't think he wants anything to do with us. That's the issue.
I mean, yeah, but why be so hostile with us?
He's not. That's the thing. He's not hostile. He's just difficult to deal. He's not. He doesn't raise his voice. He's a polite kid.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So he doesn't. He's not going to come in here and start kicking shit around, which I wish he did, because then we could lock him up.
Right.
But he doesn't do that. You know what I mean?
Just
So,
irritation.
yeah, just enough.
Oh, never mind, what is on? Great. All right, thanks. Yeah, they just came in.
How you
Thanks a
doing?
lot. All right, bye-bye.
Going
I
on?
was just asking what they want me to do.
So with the kid downstairs?
Yeah.
All he's here is to serve papers that he's suing the city. That's all he's doing.
But he's not a state marshal.
No, he's not a state marshal, and he's not creating a disturbance. He just won't give the security guard his name, but we know who he is.
You do know who he is?
Yeah, his name's Christopher Reyes.
Okay.
So if the issue is only his name, I don't have a problem because the kid's
Well,
he's
I'd
not
rather come down.
he's not a violent kid. You know what I mean?
Okay.
He's not going to start.
It's just that nobody knew and he was just
Yeah, but he's not, like I said, if he was go down there and start kicking garbage cans and throwing shit out the grate because I pound on him and lock him up, but I can't do that. And he's not that type of kid. He's very cordial. He's very cordial. He's very polite.
Okay,
He's
but why
very
does he have to film
This is what he does. He's one of these civil activists.
He was in Waterbury
He's the guy that was in Waterbury.
He filmed the mayor. And, yeah, that's
You know.
I'd rather go downstairs and bring him up here.
Then if we could do that.
Yeah,
if you
let's
want.
do
He's
that.
not, like I said, he's not a violent
Yeah.
kid. He's not any threat to anything. You know what I mean? So if you want to, you know.
Yeah, listen.
So I mean, his intent is to come up here. So if you want to bring him up, that's fine.
No. Yeah, I don't think he needs to come up.
Well, okay.
So.
And then you can probably ask them if someone can help you down in the staff elevator after.
Because we have, you know, he's the guy that's
Yeah, that's,
Gary, no.
yeah, I know who he is. I can't remember his name.
Yeah, but I mean, just if that's gonna make him leave.
I don't know if it will or not. I mean, like I said, he's dead set on filing papers, so, I mean, I don't know, like I said.
You're with me, Claude.
We got 3 officers in the lobby, so,
Okay,
you know what I mean?
yeah, I'd rather than leave.
You know, like I said, he's not a violent kid, so he's dead set on coming up. If you want to bring him up, he's not a violent
No,
kid.
I was actually leaving for lunch, so I stayed because I don't want staff.
Right.
So I would rather, if you're here and he serves me, then. yes,
Okay,
please.
and if you want to bring him up, I'll come up. I mean, whatever. How you doing?
Because that St. Margaret's, I pick them up.
Lease the 2023 two-row Grand Cherokee Laredo 4x4 for $259 for 24 months with $52.49 due at signing.
Sorry, how are you? Are you Janice?
I am.
Janice Cagley.
Okay, and if you want to bring him up, I'll come up. I mean, whatever. How you doing?
Because that St. Margaret's, I pick them up.
Sorry, how are you? Are you Janice?
I am.
Janice Cagley. Hi, can you I'm here just to serve with this notice of intent to sue. So, and this is a complaint. This is a statement that you can attach for your records. Can you stamp it, photocopy it, and give it back to me, Janice?
You just want a stamped in copy?
Yeah, because I'm filing. You know, I want to have proof that I gave it to you here today, Janice. That's all.
And for the record, I'm just gonna say, before I forget, I would ask the court to disregard that it's outside the scope of direct examination to constitute hearsay. It would be a prior inconsistent statement because the witness was not asked any questions relating to this specific date and event.
The court can disregard everything up until our witness appears on the screen because it's hearsay based upon prior legal. With regard to the interaction with our witness, I will allow to receive a question on that because it's been an agreement between counsel and the court for the years come in to then be looked at and told, and then subject to motions and then with regard to admissibility. So with that being said, I see you can ask questions regarding her involvement with Mr. Reyes and an officer on the question.
You want to start out?
I'm not gonna finish, but why don't you start? Okay.
Ms. Geiger, you saw the video of their interaction, and that's with Sergeant Hentrabisi. Do you recall that now that you've seen the video?
I recognize him, I don't know, I didn't know his name.
Okay. And on the video, at about 12:09, approximately 12:09, that video. Oh, actually, you know what, Judge, I take that back, different time frames because we sharp. On the video, I don't want to confuse you, man.
So
It's on the video,
yes. Specifically about the video, go ahead.
Correct. With respect to the video, there comes a time when Sergeant Hentrabisi gets to you in the clerk's office, correct?
Correct.
And he's escorted up there by a gentleman. Do you recognize that gentleman?
Yes.
Is that gentleman depicted in Exhibit A, Defense Exhibit A?
Yes.
And what's that gentleman's name?
John Barney.
Okay. And when the officer gets to your desk, he explains to you the purpose for Mr. Reyes being there, correct?
Correct.
And is that part of your official duty to accept documents, like, for example, notices and the types of documents that Mr. Reyes wanted to serve?
Yes.
Okay. And you were informed that that's what his intention was at that point, correct? So,
I'll allow it, it's fact I'm listening, but just testify with that.
so you know why Reyes is there. And then when you're speaking with the officer, he tells you, doesn't he? Mr. Reyes is not violent. No threat.
Sustained. Sustained.
This is all affecting the listening, right?
Sustained.
Can I ask the questions and get?
You just asked the question. Sustained. Ask another question.
Okay. And the officer told you that he's a good kid, correct?
Yes.
And the
You're
officer-
offering it for the truth.
I'm offering for the effect of the listener, Your Honor. I'm going to tell you.
Now's a good time.
On the 15th of July, 2021, Ms. Geigler fields Mr. Reyes coming into her office. The only thing that separates her conduct with Mr. Reyes on July 21st and June 10th, 2021 is Mr. Janusa. She has no other reason to believe there's a concern that Mr. Reyes will cause any public disturbance, will be loud or otherwise engage in conduct that's specifically outlined in the creating a public disturbance statute. So among other things, effect on the listener, then goes to her then existing state of mind.
Objection is sustained. That sounds like closing argument.
Your interaction with Mr. Reyes on the 10th included him filming you, correct?
Yes.
And did he have his camera at the same height on June 10th as he did on, if you can recall, as on July 15th?
I can't recall.
Okay. Did you field his filming as rude on the 10th of June?
Objection, relevant.
Same. It's not relevant. Now, it's not, the behavior that day does not go to the conduct which resulted in the arrest and the charges.
Yeah. In the video, might be able to show it, Judge. So drawing your attention to the July 15th, 2021 date, when you're in the office with Mr. Reyes. Did you have any impression of Mr. Reyes on the day that he entered your office that concerned you with respect to him creating a public disturbance?
Objection, relevant.
This goes to the ultimate issue, which he thinks is not relevant. But I think whether he violated the statute is relevant.
And I always agree with you.
Great, so it's the same.
When he came into the office on the 21st, you prevented him from coming further into the foyer than where he wanted to go, correct?
The 21st.
You do July 15th?
I keep doing, I apologize. I apologize to the witness and to my friend Russell.
July 15th, 2021.
Yes, July 15th, 2021. Comes a time where you stop him and Phil stops him from going further into your office, correct?
Correct.
And your testimony is that's because you wanted to prevent him from filming over the counter, correct?
He doesn't belong there.
Okay, he didn't belong in the clerk's office on July 15th, 2021. He didn't belong there, what, because you don't like to be filmed?
Objection, argument.
I'm gonna allow it.
No, he wasn't there because he didn't sign in and he didn't have a pass.
But
He
you,
didn't have a purpose.
okay, but you never told him, sir, leave, you don't have a pass, correct?
Objection. It's a compound question.
Overruled.
You never told him, Mr. Reyes, leave, you don't have a pass.
He's very repetitive talking.
That may be, so am I. But on that day, on the 15th of July, 2021, you didn't tell Mr. Reyes, hey, leave, you sir, you don't have a pass, correct?
The pass, I asked him why he was there.
Let's get to the pass first. Did you, yes or no, tell Mr. Reyes you have to leave because you don't have a pass? Okay. Did you tell Mr. Reyes on July 15th, 2021, you have to leave, Mr. Reyes, you don't belong here because you didn't sign in downstairs? Did you tell him that?
No.
And you didn't tell Mr. Reyes, hey, if you have a problem with what's going on in my office, just go talk to the city attorney, correct?
No.
That's what the policy says, right?
Because I can do that, yes.
Okay. You chose not to do that.
Objection,
You chose not to abide by that portion of the policy to simply direct Mr. Reyes' attention or questioning to the city attorney, correct?
No.
Did not do that. I don't want to pull up the record. I don't want to be respectful if there's a pending objection.
There's an objection. I'm gonna allow.
And even though you had an opportunity to do that, you chose to get online, on board with Phil, and block Mr. Reyes's camera with your hands, correct?
Objection to the form of the question.
You didn't say, hey, go talk to the city attorney. You didn't say, sir, you know, there are other ways we could handle this. You just simply joined in with Phil, put your hand next to Phil's hand in front of his camera, preventing him from getting closer to the counter over which the policy says he cannot film in. True or false?
False.
That's false? Fair enough. And what about blocking Mr. Reyes? Did you stand in front of him?
I did,
Okay, and the purpose of that was because he didn't belong there?
correct?
Well, doesn't the policy say members of the public can come into a foyer?
He didn't have.
And the question is whether or not the policy says you can come to the floor. That's his question.
He's allowed to film in foyers according, not to you in your opinion of whether he belongs there, but because the policy says I can film in a foyer, correct? Okay, so he belonged there filming in the foyer, you would agree, correct?
In different circumstances, yes.
Okay, but on the day in question, on July 15th, 2021, where he's standing in a foyer where the policy says he can be filming, you choose to block his movement with Phil Jennings, the security guard, and join Phil in blocking his camera lens, correct?
We object, it's not within the testimony. You're mischaracterizing the testimony from the
I'm going to sustain the objection, but also that question, I have the answer to that question.
You have the answer to that question.
She's answered that question.
Okay. And there came a time when you spoke with Officer Farrell, the arresting officer on July 15th, 2021. You recall that?
No.
So you don't ever remember discussing your concerns about Mr. Reyes coming into your office with any police officers the day this happened?
I don't remember, I only remember Mr. Farrell out in the hallway. I don't remember him anywhere else.
Well, let's go to that part then. Mr. Farrell's out in the hallway. Mr. Farrell's there. He's the arresting.
Mr. Farrell, an officer?
Yes, he is.
Officer Farrell?
Yes, Officer Farrell.
So layperson versus police. I mean, so it's just an officer.
I apologize, Jeff. No disrespect.
Okay.
I'm just using the witnesses. So
I got it.
So it's actually Officer Farrell. I don't know if he's a surgeon or not, but I think it's at least Officer Farrell. He had a uniform on. And he talked to you and Mr. Pinter about what was going on between you and Mr. Reyes, correct?
objection. Because I hear that.
Sustained.
Just asking if she had that conversation.
That's not what you asked. Did you have a conversation at that point with those two individuals?
And the video shows I was standing with them.
She's asking if you had a conversation with them at that point.
No.
You didn't talk with Officer Farrell on the 15th of July, 2021?
No.
Okay. I'm not gonna finish up yet, but I might have like 15 minutes more. 20
Okay, so we will cease for today. It's a little over. I appreciate everyone's patience. So tomorrow we will resume again. We do a cross-examination and then proceed onward from that point. I'd ask Attorney Zender to have his next witness ready to go immediately thereafter.
He was here earlier.
Right. I just, keep continuity, Tracy, in case he does not have much more. We stand in recess tomorrow. I'll see council at 2. We can start at 2:15.
All right, we're now adjourned.
All right, y'all. We're just gonna get right into day 6.
If one of our, downtown people comes in here and starts screaming and throwing stuff around, that is disruptive. This isn't someone wiling out at the hospital, and then it's up to the court.
I can get arrested?
Yes, it's up to the court. You got physical with somebody for what? He's filming. What is he doing? Why can't he go upstairs? It's a public building. It's City Hall, for Christ's sake.
The trial of public opinion is coming. Yep.
During the editing process, it has come to light that Sergeant Yacobelis' body camera footage the prosecutor's office provided my attorney during discovery has been tampered with. approximately 50 seconds of the audio was missing. Audio that includes Sergeant Iacobella saying, quote, "This guy is such a FAG," end of quote. What else are they hiding? What other evidence have they tampered with? Where is the accountability? Information on how to file a formal complaint against the prosecutor's office is in the description of this video.
All right. First back in session. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. You can be seated. Okay, this is State versus Reyes, continuation of the state's case. We have our witness on the stand under cross-examination. Come on up here. Mind you, you are still under oath. Sure, how big you want it. I believe.
I just have a moment.
Of course. So while the prosecutor is queuing up the video that the defense has requested for the record, we'll go today, 2:20 now. Theory is go till approximately 3:30, take a recess, go back up to 4:30 today. Tomorrow, we're going to break at 4. I think council has something he has to leave for. So we'll go to 4. And then hopefully tomorrow we'll have a better idea where the finish line is, whether it'll be when and if there'll be a defense case, if the jurors will exercise his right to testify, or whether or not we'll just go right to closing argument and deliberation. So we don't know. We'll find out. Maybe we'll make inquiries.
Just as a general reminder, my understanding is I have a sentencing, Your Honor, along with Attorney Tenor on Mr.
Aruja.
At 2:00.
Yes, that's an agreed upon recommendation. It shouldn't be very long. We've been doing, I think all, our staff's been doing a great job. Every possible moment we have when the document's done, we have been able to get this case progressing. So, with that being said, we're gonna move some of the supervised pretrials tomorrow, I think, for purposes of this, to make sure we can, keep going, to get this matter tried and full. Anything from any of the council?
There you are, all set.
Tracy, you're good?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Reyes is here, our witness is here, I'm going to proceed to Tracy.
Afternoon, ma'am, how are you? You remember in your previous testimony, you were asked some questions about Exhibit 5, which is the policy that you gave to the state's attorney's office being on Phil's desk. And you asked questions about Exhibit 5, and I asked you to tell the court what you might have seen on Phil's desk. I think there was an objection, and your testimony was that no, you in fact saw Exhibit 5 on Phil's desk. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
And I'm just going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 5. That's this document. And I think the testimony was that you saw it on the left-hand side of Phil's desk, is that right?
Depending on which side.
Okay, I thought that was your testimony, but we can move past that. If you're looking at Phil's desk from, I think the vantage point that you mentioned was the balcony on the second floor, right?
Okay.
So if you're looking down from the balcony on the second floor in City Hall, looking towards the front doors of City Hall, which side of the desk would that have been on?
Left.
Okay, and in fact, I think you also testified, ma'am, that you're actually seeing Exhibit 5 is confirmed right in the video, correct?
Yes.
And that's the video the state's played for the court, correct?
I don't know if it was in that video.
Okay, but it's one of the videos that the state's played.
just know I saw it at home.
Okay.
Did you say at home?
At home,
When you were watching the videos at home?
yeah, sad.
This. So make sure I understood it.
So, this time I'd like to play the video. That is State's Exhibit 1 for the record, video number 2, and that's of July 15th. And then just a couple questions. It's July 15th you're referring to, that the Exhibit 5 policy was on the left-hand side of Phil's desk, correct?
Yes.
There are two videos, one morning video.
Yeah, I think you said it's the first 30
Yep.
seconds. Just 1 second. And I believe the testimony was you were shown, I think it's 3 exhibits, P, Q, and R from the defense. Sorry, I just had one question before the video gets started. If you could just hold that. I think you were shown exhibits P, Q, and R, I believe, yesterday. And it was your contention that when those exhibits were taken from video, you couldn't tell from those angles. You couldn't point to what you saw on Phil's desk, correct?
No, I'm not right there, keep giving on.
Okay, so here, for example, here's P and Q, defense P and Q. It was your testimony that the exhibits P and Q taken from video, you couldn't see the left side of Phil's desk, correct? Okay. Here is, I'm gonna play for you a videotape of the lobby of City Hall on July 15th, 2015.
Do you want to play from the beginning?
Please. Did you get a chance to look at the door in that video?
Quickly.
The front door of City Hall? Just with respect to the 2 policies in place here, that would be Exhibit 5, Defense Exhibit 5, and Defense Exhibit 2. I'm going to show you those just so that you can answer the question. And then, are either of those policies posted on the front door of City Hall?
You can show that again.
Yeah, can you show that again? Thank you. Did you get a chance to see the front door there?
Yeah.
Okay, so just first with respect to the front door, are either one of the policies contained in Exhibit 2 or 5 posted on the front door of City Hall?
Not gonna tell.
Okay, go ahead. Can you stop it? And at about 33 seconds of the video, I'm sorry, 9 seconds of this clip of the video, can you identify Mr. Janustos in the video?
Not that bedroom.
Can you just go back? And just for the record, is that Mr. Janusa?
Yes, it is.
And do you know what he's doing?
Signing someone in.
Okay, and so it's Mr. Janusa writing information in the signing book, correct?
It appears to be that way.
And, go ahead. Can you pause that? Did you hear the conversation between Mr. Janusa and the lady in the video? Okay, could you just replay it again? And this is just if you know, if you didn't hear.
How is anything in that conversation?
I'll answer. Just pause.
Take your time.
So, quick way might be, you remember saying that Mr. Janusas may have helped people who were of various different multicultural persuasions to sign it? Do you remember that as a testimony?
What is the objection?
Relevance.
Yeah, I would concur with counsel on the.
You're going for this person speaking English, that the correct
Yes.
sentence.
Yeah. And Phil's helping him.
I think, in fact, she made a statement that this potentially happens time to time. I'll take note of the fact,
I'm gonna
move this along.
Yes.
That in this particular instance, the person who's signing is speaking.
Okay, thank you.
I understand your point.
Thank you. Go ahead. Stop it. Now, man, in this video, about 15 seconds, you see a picture, a still frame now of the video, and it depicts the back of Phil's desk, the side of Phil's desk that he's sitting at, correct? And can you tell me what you mean by the left-hand corner of Phil's desk?
The part where that's the bottle and the paper.
Would that be behind the white bottle that's depicted in this exhibit on the same side of the desk as Mr. Januso's chair is?
The paper, their paper is there.
Yes. And that's the location, that's the left side of Mr. Phil's desk, correct?
Right.
Okay, and are you able to read that document? Okay, so it's gonna show you, ma'am. Let me show you what's been marked for, at this point, identification. The state has copies of this. Is there an objection to these? There's still shots of the video. That may be what they're.
Do you know which second of the video it is? Just to mark it, I'm sure it's, since it's technically already an
That's pretty close. But I could ask the foundational questions of whether this is at or around the time of the video. They're taken from the video, basically.
So the video, the fact that the video is in this, if we're going through the video is not enough, you want to put a picture in of the still video?
Yes, sir. Very quickly, I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked, Defense Exhibit X and Y. And these are still shots of that video. In Exhibit Y, you have the document you can't see too clearly on the screen there in the bottom left-hand corner of Mr. Januso's desk, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and it's not a perfect picture, but can you make out whether or not there's a City of Danbury seal on the top of the photo of the video screen in the left-hand corner, the piece of paper that's on Mr. Januso's desk?
On this particular one,
Yes, on Y.
yes.
Yeah. Okay, and let me show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit.
Identification, all of
This is a full exhibit here. I'm gonna ask to move these two photos in, Your Honor, X and Y, on the basis that they're just representing still shots that make it clearer to the witness what I'm getting at, so I can ask the question.
Are they that clear?
Get it clear.
Any objection?
Yes, because I can't make out what's on here. It isn't.
Well, I think that's the point.
I'm just saying, even with the still shot, I'm still unable to decipher.
Are you claiming to be a fair and accurate representation of that particular frame of the video, which is already on it?
Yes, and it's clear.
I'll allow you to this.
Okay, and so if you take a look at.
Mark them?
Yes, they're marked
That's
exhibit.
full exhibit.
Now they're mark them now, okay. X and Y, which are now marked as full exhibits, ma'am. It's gonna draw your attention to Exhibit Y, which is the left-hand corner of Mr. Januso's desk with a piece of paper facing the ceiling. Here, their testimony was that you saw a document was facing, the words were facing the ceiling, correct?
At the time I saw it, that doesn't mean that was that given time.
That may be. That
was your testimony, yes?
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't have an objection, but to see defendant's witnesses, how do we get to X?
X is not a complicated.
I don't remember.
X shows Phil's desk at or around the time.
I'm just saying, I thought we were on R. Okay.
Tracy, your X and Y.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
He's not objecting, he's just concerned about the order if we skipped a letter. That's all.
I was scared he was objecting, so I apologize.
So with that being said, Manfred, you're comfortable that we have an R already, so this is the next.
Yes, Your Honor, these are X and Y.
Okay. And do you remember what time, ma'am, on the 15th of July, that you saw Exhibit 5 on Mr. Januso's desk?
No.
I'm going to take a take a look at Exhibit Y. And I'm gonna leave Exhibit 5 in front of you. Just a couple brief questions. Both of those documents, Exhibit 5 and Exhibit Y, are documents that contain the City of Danbury seal on the top of them, correct?
That's not the same document.
I'm asking you if Exhibit 5 and Exhibit Y are documents that contain the picture of the city seal on top of them now.
Yes.
And if you take a look at Exhibit 2, Exhibit 5, does Exhibit 5 contain a seal on the top of it?
No, it's not.
Okay, so we know that whatever that document is in Y, it's on the left-hand side of Phil's desk. It's not Exhibit 5, correct?
Not in this particular one. No.
Okay. And the formatting and the number of paragraphs are certainly different in Exhibit Y than they are Exhibit 5, correct?
Right.
And would you agree with the same thing, Exhibit 2?
Yeah, it's not that one.
Okay. So ma'am, are you sure that that's not the document you saw on Mr. Janusa's desk on July 15th in the left-hand corner from an angle which you could see it?
Objection has been answered multiple times.
I would overrule the objection. In light of what you just, the question he's just asked you, the picture he's just showing you, he's asking you if you're sure of your testimony.
That's not the same thing. That is not from the document, that picture.
Well, that may be too. The question is simply, are you sure that's not the document you saw?
She testified not the same document. She just testified. It's not the document.
Okay, so the document that you're referring to from you having seen it in the balcony, are you sure that that document is not the one contained in Exhibit Y?
That's blurred. That's not from the document, that picture.
So you can't say for sure, I just want to make sure your testimony's good. You can't say for sure that the document contained in Exhibit Y is the one you saw from the balcony on July 15th?
It's not the same time, so any document could have changed from afternoon or from now.
That may be too. However, my specific question is just simply, from the balcony, ma'am, could the document in Y be what you saw?
Attorney Seeger, she testified that from the balcony, she saw the document that's an exhibit, that's the policy. You had gotten information from her now that in that particular picture, that is not the policy.
Okay.
Now you're asking if she was sure about
No,
the
go
earlier
ahead.
testimony. She said she is.
Yeah, she's sure. Okay.
Attorney's exhibits, we don't want to lose.
Good point taken.
Thank you.
If you just roll the rest of the access to that video.
Can we go to the story? We went to the story, remember? Yeah, but we're getting to the forms now. You guys can, well, you know.
And ma'am, did you happen to see any forms that people would have to fill out on the desk of Mr. Janusas on the 15th of July?
No.
We played a video yesterday, ma'am, of, I believe the name is Contour Vici, an officer that came up to get you on June 10th, 2021, with a message that Mr. Reyes wanted to serve a document, something to that extent. Do you recall that video? Okay. And I don't want to get into what Officer Contovisi said, but after he characterized Mr. Reyes to you, and you had a chance to hear what he said, you asked him, but why does he have to film, didn't you?
Objection on relevance. This comes back to June 10th of 2021. And any questions from the officer, I will say in any event.
what she said to the officer back on June 10th of 2021 upstairs in her office. There's really of no moment.
All right, so the particular video you want to show to your seer is the June 10th video, correct?
The June 10th video was the video that was introduced by the state over my objection, because it was a completely different day. But,
Well, rather than giving a speech to me, let's try answering my question.
yes,
So the information you want to show right now is the June 10th conversation between the officer and our witness.
correct. It was on the state.
And is it in any way because of her testimony yesterday, or is this something, this is a separate part of her cross-examination? Is that in response to testimony from yesterday, it is a separate part of the cross-examination?
Does she remember telling the officer the words I asked her?
I'll allow him to ask that question.
So ma'am, in that discussion with the officer, you said, but why does he have to film, correct?
I don't remember that.
Would it help refresh your recollection if I replayed the video?
Yeah, get through a little bit, because it goes back to different times. This is ours. I would, is it B or S? I think it's James. Let's do. Go with the first
Either R. I believe this is exhibit R. I'm showing the witness to refresh her recollection. Go ahead.
Yes, all he hears is to serve paper that he's storing the building. But it's not state marshal. No, it's not state marshal, it's not creating a service, it's not getting the security guard to well, we know who he is. He did that, yeah, it's correct. Okay. So the issue is only his name, I don't have a problem with it. He's not a violent kid, you know, he's not gonna start. It's just that nobody knew anyone. Yeah, but he's not, like I said, if he was to go down and start taking garbage cans and throwing shit out, I'm not he's not that type of kid, he's very cordial, he's very cordial, very polite. This is what he does.
Does that help your recollection as to what you told the police, or what you asked the police officer on the 10th of June when he came up to get you in connection with the service of Mr. Reyes' document?
Yes.
And your question is, why does he have to film, correct? No other questions, correct?
Objection, relevance.
The question.
All the drugs,
It's okay, just everybody take a step here. The question is, did you ask it? And now you've seen it, you're saying, yes, you did ask that question. Okay, proceed.
And I think on your earlier testimony, maybe more than one time, I asked you if you're able to recall the speaking with the police, Mr. Farrell, on the day that Mr. Reyes was arrested on July 15th, 2021. I think your answer was you didn't recall that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would it help refresh your recollection if I played a video for you involving you and Officer Farrell in the conversation?
Yes.
Can we just play that?
Now we're on to 7:15 again?
Yes, we're on 7:15 now. This is the day of the restaurant for the record. And I'll get the exhibit number.
I believe it would be T.
And that would be Offense Exhibit T, Your Honor.
Understood.
And this time people know, this time it's still all of us people that come and don't like to say, because I go with the answer, and you can't film employees on my customer. Yes, that's
So, ma'am, does that refresh your recollection of the conversation you had with the arresting officer Farrell on the 15th of July?
I didn't see Mr. Farrell there, so I don't know that that was him.
Okay, could you go back?
And this time people know, this time it's still all of us people that come and I don't like employees, because I go with the answer, you can't film employees on my customer. Yes, that's it. I said, no, you can't. There's a question, I want to wear a bus. I said, I don't have the form. He said, yes, you do. I said, no. You have to wear it. No. But we can set in some of our customers, right? So the policy is going first, and as a result, instructing those workers. Right, customers, we have this, customer out there.
It's the same party.
So that's a longer portion of the video. Does that refresh your recollection as to you speaking with Officer Farrell?
No,
But does it refresh your recollection as to you speaking with the police on July 15th, 2021?
I can tell, please, if I can see front of the camera.
So you're speaking to the police on this video,
Someone, yes,
but it is a police officer, correct?
only from my body cam, I could say.
Well, do you recall speaking to the police on July 15th, 2021, as is depicted in this video?
I'm assuming, yeah, just like I told her, body.
You just saw the video.
Oh,
It's
it's on
asking
the
if you recall
body
speaking to the officer that day. You don't, your body cam would signify that it's an officer on the other end.
Correct.
Okay, so do you recall talking to the officer?
cam.
Okay.
So when you were talking to that officer, he was there in response to Mr. Reyes and your interaction, Phil's interaction with Mr. Reyes in the town clerk's office, correct?
Right.
Okay. And in your earlier testimony, I asked you, did Mr. Reyes bust in to your office? Do you remember that question?
Objection, asked and answered. This was a.
That, I think this is not a question yet, but yes, that question has been asked and answered, but I don't think that's the question.
You recall being asked whether or not Mr. Reyes busted in your earlier testimony?
You were more expansive on.
Well, ma'am, I'm just gonna try to ask the question. If there's something unclear, maybe you can ask the judge for me to rephrase. But I'm asking you, ma'am, for the record, very specifically, I'm drawing your attention to your prior testimony. In your prior testimony, you were asked whether or not Mr. Reyes busted into your office. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, hold on, that's, my next question is, did you not tell the court that Mr. Reyes did not bust into your office?
Objection, asked and answered.
That was asking. He's asking you to recall. He asked you, trying to contrast it. Maybe he didn't bust in. Did he bust into your office? You said no. You remember that?
But he said slam, no.
Yes, it might be a longer portion, but I understand. But that's what he's asking.
Minimization of.
I think you should just concentrate on answering the questions and leave whatever arguments with regard to the case to the attorneys. So ask your question again.
And can I move to strike any of the explanation that this means?
There's no jury.
Then we're good, I'm sorry. So you recall saying that Mr. Reyes didn't bust into your office, correct?
Yes.
But ma'am, on this video, on the day of the arrest, unlike when I asked you what you told this court, you told the police Mr. Reyes busted into your office, correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll allow the question. Over.
I'm gonna have to say yes because.
Because it's on the video,
Yeah,
correct?
yeah,
That's what you said, correct?
on the video, yes.
Right. Why would you tell a Danbury police officer, ma'am, investigating Mr. Reyes and the incident that happened in your town clerk's office, that Mr. Reyes busted into your office when he didn't do that?
Objection, argumentative.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. I'll allow the question. And if you don't know, you don't have the answer, that's fine. He's asking you, why would you say that that's not what happened?
And I'd rather say I don't have an answer.
Whatever you like, you have to answer the question, but answer the question the way you want to answer.
So you don't have an answer, is that your answer?
Yes.
Okay.
I think on some of your earlier testimony, you referred to the sign-in sheet that's contained in exhibit, I think it's 4, but let me check. Okay. I'm sorry about that, man. That would be, exhibit 6, state's exhibit 6. You recognize this, correct?
Yes.
And you identified it in previous testimony? Okay. There was a lot of talk earlier about policies and COVID, correct? And at some point, you talked about COVID concerns in relation to the sign-in policy contained in exhibit 6, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and if you take a look at exhibit 6, is there a time column? A sign-in time column? Column, yeah. You know, where Phil marks down the time, people are there, or they mark the time down?
They didn't mark the time.
Well, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you.
There is a time column.
There's a time. Okay. Does everybody that is noted in the sign-in sheet include a time? Can I just?
No.
Okay. So number one, the sign-in sheet, not everybody includes a time. Is there anything on this sign-in sheet that confirms they picked up a hall pass? One of those, you know, those no trespassing thing only says visitor?
They have to sign in order to get a pass.
That may be too. That's up for contest at this point, but I'm asking about the sign-in sheet only now. Does it have any way, when you're looking at that COVID-related sign-in sheet, to tell whether or not somebody took up a hall pass to the second floor?
Objection, relevance.
Oh, that's.
No.
No. And with respect to that COVID policy, there's nothing in the sign-in sheet that even tells you how you would reach a person whose name is contained on the sign-in sheet, correct?
Maybe Grayson.
Yes. If you take a look at the sign-in sheet, other than the name and the time and possibly the department that the individual went to, is there any contact information, like a telephone number where you could reach the people that are contained on that list?
No.
What about an email address?
No.
So if you had an issue of COVID in your office, town clerk's office, and you had to refer to the sign-in sheet that you brought and identified for the state's attorney's office, how would you contact the person whose name's there?
I can look up what sheets they signed for me when they came to my office.
Well, that may be too. But with respect to this sign-in sheet, how would you do contact tracing with Exhibit 6?
It's not my form. I don't know what the intent was.
You testified it was related to COVID though, didn't you?
It was the policy, the sign-up sheet and the
Policy was related to COVID. And let me ask you something about this sheet. There's no email addresses or phone numbers there?
No.
And it doesn't necessarily say the person got a pass, right?
No, it doesn't say that.
Thank you. And then if you take a look at the sign-in sheet to identify the name of the visitor, right? Is it your understanding they have to give identification when they sign in?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if all of the people whose names appear under the name of the visitor are actually the people they purport to be?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm going to sustain the objection, but also that point was made earlier in the cross-examination. So it's also cumulative.
Just give me 1 second. I need to build up. I think your earlier testimony was nobody gets upstairs without that hall pass, correct?
Objection has to be answered.
Do you recall saying that you passing upstairs?
Yes.
Nobody gets upstairs without one, correct?
Objection. That was asked.
I just asked a question, she answered it. You asked the question again. It's the same. Ask the question.
Yeah. July 15th, there was a sign-in sheet in the clerk's office too? Is that what he said?
Objection, I don't think that was the testimony.
That's a mischaracterization testimony.
I can ask her, maybe it is, Judge, but I thought that she said she could tell
Let's ask
something.
her the question.
Was there a sign-in sheet in the clerk's office on the 15th of July, 2021?
No.
So with respect to visitors, it would only be the sign-in sheet in Exhibit 6 that you could refer to, correct? Trying to figure out who's in your office for COVID or other purposes. The only thing you can check is the sign-in sheet in Exhibit 6, correct?
No.
Okay, so can you tell me then, is there some other document that could confirm that for you?
Yes.
What is that document?
For vitals, there's forms for each specific vital that they have to fill out information on before they can get one.
Well, that may be, but I'm asking you about a sign-in sheet that you could use to track the visitors to your office on the 15th, 2021, July.
I just answered that. We have forms for the people that come in order to get what they're coming into the office for.
So what you're saying is you would have to check what each individual person who came into your office was there to do. And depending on what they did, what form they had to use to get what they needed from you, that's how you would get their information.
Okay.
There's no centralized list of.
No.
Okay.
And with respect to Mr. Reyes, was he required to fill out any form in your office before he came in?
Can I answer it extensively or you just
Well,
want
ma'am, I don't know. I mean, what's fair is fair. I'm not here to do anything other than ask a question, and I'm expecting a fair answer, and the court's gonna listen, we're gonna listen. You know, so was Mr. Reyes, let's do it this way, was Mr. Reyes?
At 2:15, and 7:15,
July 15.
But the top clerk's office, was he required to fill in any form at that point?
I'll even be more specific.
Well, I asked him the question, are you here for birth certificate and marriage license and death certificate, and he said he was here for an FOI form, and I told him I don't have that.
Okay. Was there any other form that's generated by your office that Mr. Reyes was required to fill out before he walked into your office, into the foyer?
I just explained,
This just calls for a yes or no. Was there any sign-in form in your office that you had to fill out?
no,
And the reason why you told him to leave was because he didn't belong there, correct?
Correct.
Yes. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. So the cross-examination is being completed. Attorney Zentner, redirect.
Can you expand on what you meant by whether or not Mr. Reyes was required to fill out a form? Yes. So you want to expand your answer, what you want to say?
yes, because I was trying to determine his purpose on being there, and he had no purpose to be there, and based on our COVID requirements, visitors had to have a reason to be in the office.
And you could explain to him, he said he was going to do some kind of an FOI request or something to that effect. What did you know?
I told him we don't have a FOI form.
And did you explain to him the procedure as to how he can get an FOI request?
I told him he could write a form and direct it to our office.
Your job is at the clerk's office, not the front desk that day, on July 15th of 2021. You're not working at the front desk on the day of July 15th.
Intermittently, I work for that.
They're not, you know,
You talk about the front desk of the whole town hall.
yeah.
Oh, front desk,
Yeah,
He's not talking about the front desk to your
No,
office.
Let me rephrase it. When you first walk into the building itself, the glass doors, you were not working at that front desk there, where Mr. Janusa was.
Correct.
And you said, with respect to State's Exhibit 5, this Have you read that for a moment, please, Your Honor, close to the witness?
Of course.
Maybe, does the witness have that?
She has her exhibits or something. Yes, she should have
Number 5?
that. She should have.
You have number 5?
You're my suspect.
These four. There they are. That might have been a problem later on.
Just here, have you warehoused any other
Yes, I have.
court exhibits at your table?
Yes, I think I also guilty of Exhibit 6.
Okay.
One can imagine the state of that. There's a little humor in the courtroom. Okay, all kidding aside, can I approach you again, please, John? So, Ms. Giggler, you said, showing you State's Exhibit 5. This is the one you recall seeing from the balcony?
Yes.
That day, July 15, 2021.
Yeah.
I won't hold on to these.
I know where to find you.
Now, do you recall seeing on the video yesterday or perhaps last Friday, when the door to the town clerk's office was shut and then across the hall, the assessor's door was shut? You remember that?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that happen before? How often does the two doors get shut like that during normal business hours?
Objection, this is a compound question.
I'll ask, I'll.
Sustained objection actually rephrased.
How often did the assessor's door get shut during normal working business hours at City Hall?
Objection, to the relevance of how often the assessor's office will get shut.
This was brought up on direct and then across on a lot.
How often, in your experience, did you see that happen?
I haven't.
That was the only time you can recall offhand?
Yes.
Same, yes, I had the same question with regard to the town hall office. Remember that part of the video where it's shut? How often did you ever see that happen in your experience?
Town hall office?
No, the door to the town's, which office?
You mean the town clerk's office?
Yes.
Her office, your office.
Except for that day. Same with the assessor's door. The door to the assessor's office?
Yes.
Just have a moment, please. That might be the end of my redirect. Have you seen that happen? You said you haven't seen that happen before. Have you seen the door shut since?
No.
Either door that I just mentioned.
No.
Objection, what's the relevance of the door being shut since?
Oh.
Can we approach this for 1 second?
You off the record?
Yeah.
That wasn't a question, I was just thinking.
Yes. I wouldn't know the difference.
I'm not getting that because he's asked what's happened there since. That's not why I guess. I get that on cruise on report. Question to the public instructions. You would be on the question about since then. I don't know, it's an implication. If you had there's another time when you're shot. Well, I think it was. If you had a video, okay, to show me where it was shot.
Let's go.
Thank you, nothing further.
Tracy.
Hello again, ma'am. Ma'am, you were asked on a redirect about some questions and from the state attorney's office, and I think you said Mr. Reyes had no purpose to be in your office, correct?
Correct.
Okay, did he ever express a purpose to you?
For an F-5 form.
Okay, was that a purpose?
That was purpose.
Okay, and it was expressed to you, correct?
So we don't do that.
Okay, that may be. But when you were asked by the state's attorney's office, you said he had no purpose in the office. That was your answer, correct? Your words, not mine, correct? But he did have a purpose. Did he express to you?
Objection sustained. Ask an answer. We got it.
What about this, man? You said that you're familiar with the policy in Exhibit 5 and the policy in Exhibit 2, correct? It's Defense Exhibits 2. You remember those exhibits?
Yes.
Where does it say in either one of those policies that a visitor has to have a purpose to be in your office?
There's another email that we had gotten that stated that people needed to.
Well, ma'am, just ask the court. I
On
don't
this
want to
email.
interrupt.
Okay, so
It's not responsive.
Yeah, okay.
he's asking you if in those policies, there has to be a stated reason for being in the office when a customer comes
The only one that I would think that relates to it is the policy on both of these.
Okay.
I didn't think policy on both.
This policy that might, well, would relate to this.
This question is whether or not there's anything in those policies that says a person who comes into a town office has to announce their purpose for being here. Is there a reason why they're there specifically? What they're there, if it's a mandatory thing.
When they come into the,
I'm asking you specifically with respect to Exhibits 2 and 5, is there anything in the policies that we've gone over here and that you're familiar with that states Mr. Reyes is compelled to provide a purpose to enter your office?
my office, not the.
Correct, your office, correct.
Not in these policies.
So that's a no, correct? That's a no. And I'll leave them up there. You also testified 3 minutes ago when the state asked you questions about what's going on in the office and the Mr. Reyes Act, that he also had no reason to be there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell me in Exhibits 2 or 5, the policy, whether or not it compels Mr. Reyes to give you a reason to enter your office?
It's hard to, no answer.
Is that a no?
I can't answer it
The
yet.
answer is no answer.
You can't answer. Okay. Can you recall, as you sit here today, whether or not Mr. Reyes ever came through your door after July 15th And if you had any interaction with him in the town clerk's office after July 15th?
Objection, relevance outside the
That's
scope
what you
of
call
redirect.
Sustained, it's not relevant, and it's outside the scope of the redirect.
Well, then, just for the record, then, very briefly, we have testimony about a door.
No, we have testimony about the door being closed to two offices.
That's why I'm
If
asking.
if you're gonna make a speech, make it with accurate information.
I think it is, but that's okay, let me, information, let's ask the question again. You testified that the door was never closed in your office, after July 15th, correct?
During business hours.
Do you recall in the future whether Mr. Reyes walked through the door to the town clerk's office to conduct business with you when there was no arrest? Recall that at all?
No.
Objection, forward the question, so what's my
Well, there's objection pending.
Yes.
The question is, does she recall on a date after 7/15/2021, defendant Mr. Reyes walking into her office? Your objection is what?
Irrelevant, outside the scope of redirect. That's it.
Sustained.
Fine, just a couple final questions. The reason why the doors were closed on July 15th, 2021, at least your door, was because Mr. Pinter told you to close the door, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I think you earlier testimony, you weren't there at the tax assessor's office, correct? On July 15th, 2021.
No.
So you don't know why the door in the tax assessor's office was closed on July 15th, 2021, do you?
Just by you.
It's cause for speculation.
If you know, he's asking if you know why the town assessor's office, city assessor's office door was closed that day.
I know why.
Okay, you can do the answer. On July 15th,
I know why.
Why?
Why?
Because they asked, Mr. Pinter asked them to close that door as well.
Same reason. Reason why the two doors are closed is Mr. Pinter gives an order to you and whoever's responsible for the door in the assessor's office to close the door, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with whether or not Mr. Pinter has ever told anybody to close the door before July 15th? Did you know that? What about after July 15th? Do you have any information about Mr. Pinter telling anybody to close the door after the 15th?
Objection, calls for hearsay outside the scope of redirect.
Sustained.
Do you know, ma'am, as you sit in the witness box today, and I don't want to know any words, whether or not Mr. Pinter has ever told anybody in the city hall to close their door after July 15th?
Objection.
Do you know?
Objection, hearsay.
It's not hearsay.
Hold on. First of all, here's how this is gonna work. We're on day 6 of
This
this.
is my last question.
You're gonna ask a question.
Should I count for something?
He's gonna object. You're not gonna talk while he objects. Then I'll have you talk.
I apologize.
The objection is what?
Relevance outside the scope of redirect, calls for hearsay.
Okay. I'm gonna allow the question if you know. If you don't know, the answer could be no.
I wouldn't know.
Thank you very much. No further questions for the witness.
Yeah, I'm sure you're disappointed to hear this, but you can step down.
I have one remaining witness, Your Honor.
Is he available or is she available now?
Yes.
It is 3:15. This might, in light of the fact that we have a transition, be a good time for our break. We will take a recess. Does 3:25, 3:30 work?
Yes.
And then once we start, we're gonna go to 4:30. Recess.
All right, first round recess.
All right. Goes back in session. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Afternoon, please be seated. We're back in session. We're gonna go at 4:30. Do we have our next witness ready to roll?
Yes, I just have a moment. Matt, just the unredacted.
I'm not giving the report to that.
Oh, yeah,
No, you have to tell me what's going on.
It's the body cam officer.
Yeah, that's one more, right? So just tell me what you want.
Yeah, let's. John, I'm just trying to make, I think they have the unredacted one here, so I just want to make it. Just want to verify it. Once I see the any other, I'll know we're good to go.
I have it on.
You see your hand.
Yeah.
Unredacted version.
Yeah, we're good.
That's very good. Call your witness.
They would recall the stand, Sergeant, Vito Yakovitz.
Just raise your right hand. You solemnly swear sincerely affirm as the case may be that the information provided today is truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God upon penalty of perjury.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Just state your name and business title for the record.
Sergeant Vito Yakovitz, Danbury Police.
Thank you, sir.
He testified a week ago today.
A week ago today?
Yes. He's been 100 years ago, I'm sure many people ago.
A week ago today. That's it, sir.
Judge, the video that the state's going to introduce, he was subject to emotional and we've objected to coming in, and my understanding is going to be future.
No, there's been a motion that's been granted by the court based upon, this is an infraction trial, Day4-6 of the infraction trial. This is an infraction trial where, in an effort to expedite the matter, the video is being played subject to the motion limiting, which has been granted, where anything that comes in visible on the video that is not a person who testifies here, right? So any hearsay statements will be disregarded by myself, the court, who is the finder of fact. Also, any other statements that are non-hearsay statements will only be considered if, in fact, there is offer of proof as to why the court should consider them.
Thank you.
So that motion limiting stands. So I understand we have a video here which has not yet been played. It is lengthy. Thought process, at least on day one, was this would be a more expeditious manner to handle this trial, rather than starting, stopping, rewinding, cutting, deleting, etc. So this is what we've done. This is the course we've chosen. With the agreement of counsel, this is the course we will pursue.
Thank you very much.
I'd ask to have this one for, without coming as a fully to the subject of the court's understanding limitations, if you will. This is for the record, the body cam footage of this witness on the day of July 15, 2021.
Thank you.
Mr. B states he's at a 7, I believe you're on.
And if counsel's fine, we'll dispense with the usual. He was on duty at that time, he's already testified, he is a Danbury sheriff, he was with body cam.
Yes, sir. Okay. Just a moment now. Okay, thank you. Any questions, please, clerk? Let me ask some quick questions. Sergeant, you were there at City Hall in Danbury on July 15, 2021?
Yes.
And you indicated why you went there that day in your earlier testimony?
Yes.
Okay, and you said you had a conversation up there with a Mr. Sean Paul Reyes?
Yes.
And you identified him earlier before a week ago?
Correct.
Did you have your body camera on when you arrived at that location?
Yes.
And when you downloaded the,
Judge, we'll stipulate that this is Sergeant
You
Yacovel's
need to
body
introduce
camera
what
is
it is.
downloaded properly.
Council has agreed. Let's just get to the video.
okay, we'll look at the video. Well, look at the,
During the editing process, it has come to light that Sergeant Yacovel's body camera footage the prosecutor's office provided my attorney during discovery has been tampered with. Approximately 50 seconds of the audio was missing. Audio that includes Sergeant Yacovel saying, quote, "This guy is such a FAG," end of quote. What else are they hiding? What other evidence have they tampered with? Where is the accountability? Information on how to file a formal complaint against the prosecutor's office is in the description of this video.
Cell phone number of the caller. Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you. He's from, so. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. So are we. Do you want me to go talk to?
But I appreciate everybody for being here right now. If you haven't already, go ahead and check out my book. Yeah, I got it pinned at the top of the video. Yeah, y'all just check it out and let me know what you think. And yeah, until tomorrow, I'll see y'all next time. AWB, I'm out.